Chapter 385. The three late-stage Yuanian cultivators brought great pressure to Xianmen Tianzong and the others. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. Although his main body did not arrive, he let the Iron Tree doppelganger bring the yin and yang life and death formation. In the battle before the opening ceremony outside the Sand Continent city, the successor of the Taishu temple, Pangjia, who had cultivated the Dharma of heaven and earth in the late-stage Yuanying, was trapped in the yin and yang life and death formation, and was unable to escape. At this moment, Yu Ilwan and the other two late-stage Yuanying cultivators were swept away by Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation, which immediately caused a devastating blow to the power of the Xianmen clan and the Wind God sect. The situation of the battle turned in an instant, and the situation was leaning towards Xianmen Tianzong. The Yu clan master, Lord Xianming Yu Xintao, who was hiding at the side, finally could not sit still and appeared in the void. Silently, he looked at Lin Feng and the yin and yang life and death formation and was secretly shocked. Just now, when this formation was not officially activated, it was completely integrated with the heaven and earth without leaving a trace. It really has some skill. Lin Feng also looked at Yu Xintao with an indifferent face. Although it was only his doppelganger here, he was not afraid. Lord Xianming, it's an honor to meet you, Lin Feng said indifferently. Yu Xintao also looked calm. Sect Master Lin, you seem to have already expected me to be here. You used a doppelganger to sneak in with the formation. Are you planning to cooperate with the main body outside? I won't give you this chance. The Nine Heavens Hurricane formation will completely ignore everything that happens inside and focus on defending the outside. Here, I will capture and kill your doppelganger and disciple. Lin Feng smiled and raised his hand to point at the yin and yang life and death formation above his head. You, and I don't need to say anything else. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, let's skip the unnecessary formalities. Slowly, Yu Xintao said, my Yu family has placed a heavy bet on Shi Tianyi, and you, Xianmen Tianzong, have placed your bet on Shi Tianhao. There is bound to be a battle between us, and only one side will be the winner. Lin Feng said, lightly, you're wrong. There's no such thing as winning or losing. Shi Tianhao is my disciple, and I'm only teaching him. Someone owes him justice, and he has to pay for it. Yu Xintao nodded. That's right. You, Xianmen Tianzong, killed 2 Yuanying disciples of my Yu clan. Today, you'll have to pay some interest. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and his palm turned into a giant hand that covered the sky, grabbing at the tiny Shi Tianhao below. Lin Feng clasped his hands together, formed a spell, and calmly said, after today, there will be more than 2 Yuanying periods. Yin and yang life and death formation. Open. The 6 paths of life and death, the change of heaven and earth, begin. The huge formation in the sky flashed, and the next moment, it appeared above the tiny one, blocking the giant hand that Yu Xintao had transformed into. The giant hand that seemed to be able to cover the heaven and earth disappeared as soon as it came into contact with the yin and yang life and death formation. Endless purple chi and central earth divine light emerged in the formation. The purple chi floated up and turned into a vast sky, while the yellow light sank down and turned into an incomparably thick earth. The heaven and earth merged into one, and the entire region where everyone was integrated into the formation. Even Yu Xintao, a primordial divinity cultivator, was now in the world formed by the yin and yang life and death formation. The sky was above, and the thick earth was below. Kunlun Mountain had disappeared, and only a brand new world was left. Rumor has it that this formation stabilized a medium-class world passage that almost collapsed. It's really extraordinary. Silently, Yu Xintao watched all this, and the next moment the heaven and earth suddenly turned upside down, and the whole world seemed to be distorted. Lin Feng had already launched the power of the change of heaven and earth. The protective magic around Yu Xintao's body was originally as cold as ice, but at this moment it became hot, as if it was about to turn into a burning fire. Not only was the world itself turned upside down, but even the various attributes of the spiritual qi in the world were also distorted and changed. Yu Xintao's body did not move, but his eyes suddenly turned icy blue, and as if there was an endless ocean of Xianming real water was released. The icy blue Xianming real water quickly condensed and finally turned into a pure black ice shield from which an ancient and desolate aura leaked out, as if it had existed for countless years, immortal and indestructible. This was the Xianming shield, the strongest defensive magic in the Yu family's Xianming formula. In the past, the Yu family's Yuanying stage cultivator, Yu Qianshan, had also used this magic in an attempt to block Lin Feng's smash of heaven and earth. In the end, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and he was directly crushed. However, the Xianming shield that Yu Xintao was using now was completely different. The huge power of the yin and yang life and death formation that could overturn heaven and earth could not destroy it, and it effectively protected Yu Xintao. However, with such a passive defense, Yu Xintao was like Pang Jie and the hexagonal sword, trapped in the formation and unable to escape. Yu Xintao smiled coldly. As a Taoism world wayfarer, Pang Jie is in the late Yuanying stage, and he cultivates the wonderful magic of the Taishu Temple. He also has the Dharma treasure, the hexagonal sword, to protect himself. Even primordial soul adepts like me can't do anything to him easily. However, a Yuanying cultivator is a Yuanying cultivator after all. He is not a real primordial soul adept. Although the Dharma treasure has a primordial spirit, it is not a real primordial soul adept. Yu Xintao's eyes, which had turned icy blue, suddenly turned pitch black. You can trap them, but you can't trap me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xintao's figure changed abruptly. He emitted a dark blue light, and the space in the yin and yang life and death formation was illuminated in blue. In the blue light, Yu Xintao's figure disappeared, and a piece of ice spirit that was almost black gradually emerged from the blue light. The ice spirit grew in size, and in the end, it had a diameter of more than 1,000 feet. Silently, it floated between heaven and earth, wrapped in blue light. Endless cold air was emitted from the ice spirit, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. With the black ice spirit as the core, countless transparent ice and snow spread rapidly in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything that came into contact with the cold air was frozen into ice and snow. 10 miles, 100 miles, up to 1,000 miles, it kept expanding. The grass, the trees, the flowers, the trees, the mountains, the rivers, the wind and clouds, the sun, the moon, and the stars, everything was frozen. Yu Xintao wanted to use his own supernatural power to completely freeze the huge yin and yang life and death formation. He wanted to completely freeze the heaven and earth in the formation. In this way, even the normal operation of the formation could not be carried out. Incarnation. This is the primordial spirit incarnation. Lin Feng looked at this scene and nodded. This is the true power of a primordial soul adept. The primordial soul realm was the ultimate goal that countless adepts dreamed of because it represented true longevity, freedom, and detachment from nature. Later stage, Yuanying adepts cultivated the Dharma of heaven and earth. Yuanying was strengthened to the extreme, becoming one with the Dharma of heaven and earth. Combined with the power of the law of the Great Way, if they succeeded, they could cultivate the primordial spirit incarnation. Yuanying adepts would not easily let Yuanying out of their bodies. Although the essence of yuanying was strong and could increase the power of supernatural power, yuanying itself was very fragile. Any mistake would cause big trouble and great danger. Primordial spirit incarnation was different. It was the foundation of a primordial soul adept strength. Only when a primordial soul adept revealed his primordial spirit incarnation could he bring out his true abilities and unleash his greatest combat power. The primordial spirit incarnation was also the accumulation of all the understanding of the primordial soul adept's cultivation. It revealed the primordial soul adept's own source scripture and understanding of the Great Way. In the battle with the 9 glory sky-shattering formation, Lin Feng had witnessed many primordial soul adepts reveal their primordial spirit incarnation. Azura Dao Venerable Huixiu, the source scripture, the method to prove his Dao was the Azura tactics, and to form the primordial spirit incarnation, it was an Azura battle saber that slaughtered the common people. Its heavy murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Flowing light sword venerable, the source scripture, the method to prove his Tao was the flowing light sword principle of the flowing light sword sect. The primordial spirit incarnation was almost without a physical body. From the outside, it looked like a ray of light flickering in the space, bright and dark, its whereabouts uncertain. Brilliant sun, sword venerable, the source scripture. The method to prove his Tao was the brilliant sun sword principle, one of the 2 major sword principles of the sun-moon sword sect. The primordial spirit incarnation was the convergence of countless sword lights, like the scorching sun overhead. The huge black ice soul in front of him was obviously the primordial spirit incarnation that Lord Xianming Yu Xintao cultivated after he cultivated the Xianming tactics and reached the primordial soul realm. With the black ice soul as the core, it constantly radiated powerful magic power, wanting to completely transform the world formed by Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation into his own cold ice world. The situation was critical, but Lin Feng was not nervous. Looking at the black ice soul, he was fascinated. When I reached the primordial soul realm, I wonder what the primordial spirit incarnation will look like. While thinking, Lin Feng did not slack off. His hands continuously changed the complicated and abstruse incantation, and finally he put his palms together. 6 paths of life and death transformation, rise. In the sky, a huge pattern appeared. Black and white blended, the 2 polar opposites. This black and white pattern began to rotate slowly. As the pattern rotated, the appearance of this side of the world suddenly changed. Vigorous chi of life continuously emerged, as if winter had passed and spring had come. Even if Yu Xintao displayed the primordial spirit incarnation and turned into the black ice soul, the cold air all over the sky could not stop the arrival of spring. Countless new lives broke out of the ground. They were full of vitality and green, and the strong breath of life could not be stopped. The black ice soul was still playing its role. Endless ice and snow continued to expand, strangling the new lives, but it could not match the speed of the creation of the chi of life in the yin and yang life and death formation. Although he had turned into the black ice soul, Yu Xintao's perception of the outside world was not affected at all. He saw at a glance that in the white half of the black and white pattern in the sky, there was a 3-inch square, 1-inch thick, grayish-white spiritual stone floating. From the grayish-white spiritual stone, there was a majestic power that seemed to be nurturing the universe and opening up creation. It was continuously supplied to the yin and yang life and death formation. And in the black half, there was a huge black rock from which thin thread-like black gas was emitting. The chi of life in the formation became denser and denser. Suddenly, the 2 polar opposites reversed, and the vast amount of chi of life was turned into a monstrous chi of death, dyeing this side of the world black. The endless chi of death and killing turned into thousands of black giant swords. Just the tip of each sword was the size of a small mountain. As soon as they were formed, these black giant swords began to bombard the ice soul that Yu Xintao had turned into like a storm. Chapter 386. Thousands of giant black swords filled with the aura of death and destruction flew towards the ice soul that Yu Xintao had transformed into. The surrounding ice and snow were torn apart in an instant, and thousands of swords bombarded the ice spirit at the same time. The black ice spirit that Yu Xintao's primordial spirit had transformed into shook violently, but after withstanding countless attacks, it was still crystal clear and intact. Boundless cold air spread out again, directly freezing the huge swords formed by the death chi and killing chi, turning them into black ice crystals. In the next moment, they shattered with a loud bang, turning into dust all over the ground. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng said in a low voice, "If not for my main body, the power of the yin and yang life and death formation would not have reached its current peak." Obviously, Yu Xintao also realized this. The black ice spirit's cold air became even more condensed, wreaking havoc in the formation. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. "It's a little difficult to kill you, but it's enough to trap you." He put his palms together, and the yin and yang life and death formation changed again. The transformation of heaven and earth, and the transformation of life and death, these two great changes appeared at this moment, alternating and merging, bringing the yin and yang life and death formation's power to a new height. Yu Xintao immediately felt the pressure. Is this the true power of the formation? After merging with the transformation of life and death, the original transformation of heaven and earth's power also rose to a higher level. Right now, the yin and yang life and death formation that Lin Feng had mastered was still in an incomplete state. At least when the 6 paths of life and death, the 6 changes, and the 12 supreme treasures were gathered, and the 6 changes interconnected with each other, the formation could be considered complete. When the complete yin and yang life and death formation appeared, each of the changes in the 6 paths of life and death would be able to exert its true power. Before this, even the transformation of heaven and earth with the cyclic purple chi, central earth divine light, and the transformation of life and death with the fate sealing stone and the death chi stone could only be said to be outstanding. Even so, when the 2 changes were activated together, it was much more powerful than the previous transformation of heaven and death formation. Facing the yin and yang life and death formation that suddenly attacked fiercely, the black ice spirit formed by Yu Xintao's primordial spirit shook violently in the space. Suddenly, an ancient book appeared in the center of the crystal-clear ice spirit. As soon as the book appeared, the entire world seemed to have returned to the Ice Age after the changes of the primordial era. There was only coldness between heaven and earth. Most creatures had been wiped out. There wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. It was like an endless night, despair so great one couldn't see the end. Xianming treasure document. Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, recognizing that this is the Yu family's heirloom treasure, the Xianming treasure tome. It is a primordial spirit magic treasure that only the successive Yu family heads can refine and control. This Xianming treasure tome was the source of the Yu clan's Xianming art and Xianming true water. As soon as the treasure appeared, it immediately helped Yu Xintao stabilize the various changes in the yin and yang life and death formation. In the hands of a primordial divinity practitioner, the magic treasure could also exert its power to the fullest. Endless cold air spread out, trying to drag the world in the yin and yang life and death formation into an ice age. Lin Feng clasped his palms together and changed his incantation. He also activated the power of the yin and yang life and death formation to the extreme. The changes of heaven and earth and the changes of life and death gave rise to endless changes, turning the world upside down and reversing life and death. The 2 sides fell into a stalemate, back and forth. One moment it was a world of ice, and the next moment it was a world of myriad changes. But overall, Yu Xintao and the Xianming treasured policy had the upper hand. As time passed, the yin and yang life and death formation would be completely frozen. It was just that it would take a relatively long time. However, this wasn't something to be happy about for Xen Tao at all, because the opponent before him was merely a clone of Lin Feng. The power of a powerful formation was fully manifested at this moment. Moreover, a formation like the yin and yang life and death formation, whose power was equal to that of a mountain gate formation and could be carried around by others, was even more frightening. Lin Feng pondered in his heart, if my main body was here, I would be able to fight with him for a long time. If I really wanted to determine a victor, I would probably have to fight until the end of time. Is this the strength of the first tier of the Essence Soul Incarnation realm? It's just that there's always someone better out there. It's still hard to judge what level he is in the Incarnation realm. As expected, I have to fight him for real before I can make an accurate assessment. Lin Feng thought of the great Qin dynasty's Prince Anliang Shi Zongyue, who was by the North Wind Sea. He felt it was a pity. I'm just watching from the side. I can't clearly judge the true strength of the second tier of the Essence Soul Incarnation realm, but I think it should be much stronger than the first tier of the Essence Soul Incarnation realm. Although he was gradually losing ground, Lin Feng was not anxious. He patiently fought with Yu Xintao, making Yu Xintao feel more and more uneasy. After achieving the Essence Soul, one's spiritual will was extremely strong. They could communicate with the heavens and the earth, and their senses were extremely sensitive. At this moment, Yu Xintao felt an ominous premonition gradually rising from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that as long as he fought patiently, he would eventually be able to defeat Lin Feng, Yu Xintao immediately made a decision and said, "Fellow Tianfeng, the situation isn't right. We need to end this quickly." "I have the same intention." An illusory but sharp voice suddenly came from outside the yin and yang life and death formation. The sky was torn open without warning, and from the broken void, a middle-aged man in cyan clothes walked out. Although it was the first time they met, Lin Feng immediately recognized this person's identity. Dao Master Tianfeng, the sect master of the Wind God sect, who was rumored to be in seclusion in the divine Wind Mountain. This person had been hiding in the Nine Heavens Gale formation and did not take action. On the one hand, he respected Dao Master Xianming and Yu Xintao, and on the other hand, he was presiding over the Nine Heavens Gale formation to prevent Lin Feng from suddenly smashing down with Yujing Mountain. This time, the Yu clan and the Wind God sect were serious. The two big shots of the two families and the two powerful figures of the Essence Soul joined hands to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Lin Feng's Yujing Mountain and his performance in resisting the two attacks of the Nine Heavens Gale formation by himself by the North Wind Sea deserved the attention of the two big shots, Dao Master Tianfeng and Dao Master Xianming. Just now, Dao Master Tianfeng also felt a sense of fear, as if something bad was going to happen. His feeling was even stronger than Yu Xintao's. Yu Xintao was willing to give up his face at the critical moment, which was exactly what Dao Master Tianfeng wanted. Since Lin Feng's body and Yujing Mountain had disappeared, they should first work together to kill the enemy in front of them. Tiny Tot, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and others were originally the targets of their action. Seeing Dao Master Tianfeng appear, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Dao Master Tianfeng, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, but today is the first time." Dao Master Tianfeng raised his hand, and outside the yin and yang life and death formation, the originally calm world suddenly twisted violently. Invisible and formless gang wind appeared one after another, twisting the void into pieces. The fierce an invincible Nine Heavens gang wind was like the most docile sheep in Tao Master Tianfeng's hands. But once it was released, it would instantly become a fierce beast that could tear the world apart. The whole sky was trembling, and the undulating peaks of the Kunlun mountain range on the ground were flattened by the gang wind. The earth was crisscrossed, and each deep gully directly changed the local landscape, turning the mountains into canyons. The Nine Heavens gang wind formation, which was originally invisible and used to defend against Yujing Mountain, changed its target at this moment and aimed its fangs at Lin Feng and the Yin and Yang life and death formation inside. Silently, Tao Master Tianfeng said, "How can I allow others to sleep soundly next to my bed? What's more, you killed my people, so I naturally have to kill you, Xianmen Tianzong." Lin Feng smiled and said, "How can I allow others to sleep soundly next to my bed? This sentence is the same for you and me." "Yes," Tao Master Tianfeng nodded and said frankly, "So I'm going to make the first move today." He waved his hand and was about to activate the Nine Heavens gang wind formation to attack, but when the formation was about to be activated, Tao Master Tianfeng suddenly froze. Then a trace of surprise appeared on the calm face of this powerful figure at the primordial soul stage. Noticing this, Yu Xintao's heart suddenly sank. He knew that there must have been a major change. Otherwise, Tao Master Tianfeng would not have such a big reaction. Tao Master Tianfeng waved his hand, and a circle of light appeared in the space. The image in the circle changed, and a scene appeared that made him shocked and angry. The divine wind mountain, surrounded by the gang wind, was being attacked by the boundless golden sea of fire. Above the sea of fire hung a dazzling sun, with demon chi soaring into the sky. Lin Feng looked at this scene and pondered in his heart, there are actually 2 Nine Heavens astral wind formations, and from the looks of it, the power of both sides are about the same. This is interesting. How did the wind god sect do it? This kind of large-scale array formation required countless efforts and precious materials just to create the array diagram. Most array diagrams were unique, and the treasures needed to set up the array formation were even more expensive. Not to say that it was absolutely impossible to replicate, but the difficulty was as high as ascending to the heavens. If there are extra materials, why not just strengthen a single formation? Lin Feng thought, maybe this is the real secret weapon of the Wind God sect. Is this the reason why the Golden Crow Great Saint has been thinking about the Wind God sect? Why did the old Golden Crow come at this time? Tao Master Tianfeng suddenly thought of something and glared at Lin Feng. "It's you?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "What?" Tao Master Tianfeng stared at Lin Feng, his murderous intent surging, and the gang wind was raging everywhere. Lin Feng said calmly, "Without you in the divine wind mountain, even if there is a second Nine Heavens gang wind formation, it can defend against ordinary opponents, but it can't defend against the attack of the Golden Crow Great Saint." The Nine Heavens gang wind formation was a good formation, but it was not as good as top formations like the Yin-Yang formation, the Nine Glory Sky-Shattering formation, and the Vairocana formation. But in an instant, Tao Master Tianfeng took a deep breath and calmed down. He stared at Lin Feng and said coldly, "The Divine Wind Mountain is the foundation of the Wind God sect for nearly 10,000 years. Even if I'm not here, it won't be broken by the old Golden Crow in a short time. Let's see whose formation will be broken first." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Tao Master Tianfeng, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. However, why don't you two guess where my Yujing Mountain is?" Hearing this, Tao Master Tianfeng and Yu Xintao's expressions changed at the same time. Chapter 387. Where was Yujing Mountain? Except for Lin Feng, no one knew. But it was not difficult to guess. One only needed to think about what would benefit Lin Feng the most. If Lin Feng used Yujing Mountain to join forces with the Golden Crow Great Saint to destroy the divine Wind Mountain, then the Wind God Sect's 10,000 years of foundation would inevitably be destroyed. If Lord Tianfeng stayed here, he could join forces with Yu Xintao to kill Tiny Tot and the others, which could also be considered as destroying the foundation of Lin Feng's Xian sect. But the problem was, would Lin Feng really make such a 50-50 bet? If Yujing Mountain is hidden nearby, then Lin Feng is in an invincible position. If Dao Master Tianfeng didn't leave and Yujing Mountain came down, he and Yu Xintao wouldn't be able to harm the people of the celestial sect of Xianmen. As for Divine Wind Mountain, under the continuous attack of Golden Crow Great Saint, without Dao Master Tianfeng, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The Wind God sect was in danger. If Dao Master Tianfeng went back to help Divine Wind Mountain, then Lin Feng did not even need Yujing Mountain. As long as his body came here, it would be enough to make Yu Xintao suffer. If Yujing Mountain came down, Yu Xintao would be in danger. Dao Master Tianfeng and Yu Xintao both understood this, so their faces changed. Taoism Piryu, please forgive me. I have to go back. Dao Master Tianfeng sighed and took one last look at the yin and yang life and death formation. Then he instantly disappeared through the void and returned to Divine Wind Mountain. Since he had to leave, Dao Master Tianfeng did not hesitate to take the Nine Heavens Gang Wind formation with him. Without him to control the formation, even if Yujing Mountain came, it would not be able to resist for long. Yu Xintao was depressed at this moment. Dao Master Tianfeng had returned to the Divine Wind Mountain just like that, which was equivalent to selling him out here. The alliance with the Wind God sect had been disintegrated, and Yu Xintao also wanted to retreat. However, Yu Ilwan and other ancestors at the Yuanying stage of the Yu family were still trapped in the yin and yang life and death formation. If Yu Xintao left, they would all die here. Dao Master Tianfeng had the same problem. One could imagine that even though he had returned to Divine Wind Mountain, his heart was bleeding with pain. Lin Feng looked at Yu Xintao and faintly smiled. Why don't you make another guess? Will your side break through this Lord's spell formation first? Or will this Lord's disciple kill a few more of the Yu clan's Yuanying cultivators? An illusion of light and shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yu Xintao. The image changed and finally stabilized. After looking at it, Yu Xintao felt even more depressed. Yu Shirling, the mid-stage Yuanying patriarch of the Yu clan, was currently fighting with the tiny Shi Tianhao. However, the one who had the upper hand was actually Shi Tianhao. Every dog has its day. Because of the influence of the Dharma idol of Yu Ilwan, the late-stage Yuanying patriarch of the Yu clan, Shi Tianhao, was suppressed by Yu Shirling. Now, in the yin and yang life and death formation, Yu Shirling was suppressed, so he was chased and beaten by Shi Tianhao. The tiny Shi Tianhao's current strength, with the help of the two Yuanying celestial devices, was not at a disadvantage when fighting Yu Shirling head-on. At this moment, with the help of the geographical advantage, he immediately gained the upper hand. But Yu Shirling was extremely depressed. Although the power of the yin and yang life and death formation was mainly used to deal with Yu Xintao, a small part of it was enough to affect the balance of the battle between him and Shi Tianhao. The tiny Shi Tianhao looked at Yu Shirling silently. You don't have to feel indignant. I, a mid-stage golden elixir, am fighting you at the mid-stage Yuanying, which is the greatest fairness for you. As he said this, Shi Tianhao stretched out his hand, and a light golden bell hammer appeared in his right hand. He grabbed the bell hammer and knocked on the bronze void cauldron. Golden ripples, like water ripples, vibrated in the space, directly shattering all the Xianming genuine water in front of Yu Shirling. Yu Shirling's face suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, Shi Tianhao felt that it was not enough. He opened his left hand, and a piece of golden silk appeared. Before his opponent could react, the tiny Shi Tianhao directly put the golden silk on his body, and his whole body suddenly became dazzling with golden light. He looked up to the sky and gave a long roar, emitting a fierce aura. Usually, many people said that Shi Tianhao was like a cub of a primordial great demon beast, which described his unimaginable strength at a young age. But now, with the golden silk on Shi Tianhao's back, he was no longer like a cub of a primordial great demon beast, but a living primordial great demon beast that had descended to the human world with monstrous ferocity. At least from Yu Shiling's point of view, the person standing in front of him, right now, was an out-and-out, ferocious, great demon beast. At the Wilderness Sea Assembly, Shi Tianhao shocked the world, but in reality, because he did not use any Dharma tools or treasures, and only used his own Dharma power and magic power to fight against the enemy, both he and Zhu Yi did not display their strongest state. This piece of golden silk was something that Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, Zhuge Fengling, and the others had unintentionally obtained when they went to collect the infinite demonic qi. It looked like silk, but after Lin Feng's appraisal, it was actually the beast skin of a great demon saint that had already achieved the immortal demon soul realm. It contained great power and profound principles, and the little Shi Tianhao had only comprehended some of its mysteries after advancing to the middle stage of the golden elixir. At this moment, with the beast skin on, the Dharma power and magic power in his body increased sharply, and his combat power increased greatly. Shi Tianhao's entire body turned golden, and countless mysterious runes flowed and changed continuously on the surface of his body. He held the ecliptic bell hammer in his hand, and the bronze void cauldron floated by his side. Above his head, an ancient round mirror made entirely of ice floated in midair, and the mirror's light was aimed at Yu Shiling. "Today, I'm going to kill a Yuanian cultivator," the little Shi Tianhao said slowly. His tone was calm and indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. It was not a late-stage golden elixir killing an early-stage Yuanian cultivator, but a mid-stage golden elixir killing a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator. Yu Shiling took a deep breath and said coldly, "Although it's not worth it, I can only exchange this old life of mine for your death today." Then a massive amount of Xianming genuine water appeared and turned into several extremely condensed black water droplets surrounding his body. The two did not say anything else. The battle that was 100 times fiercer than before began again. Yu Xintao looked at this scene without saying anything, but the black ice formed by his original spirit and the magic treasure Xianming treasured strategy were strengthened again, sweeping through the world inside the yin and yang life and death formation. The Yu family began to fight desperately, and so did Dao Master Tianfeng. The pain he felt at this moment was more than enough to make his heart bleed. It was more like being stabbed twice in the heart. Two ancestors at the late stage of nascent soul realm and two at the middle stage of nascent soul realm were all trapped in Lin Feng's formation. If all these people died, even if Dao Master Tianfeng could save the Divine Wind Mountain, the Wind God sect would immediately be in a precarious situation. Almost half of the high-end core combat power had been lost, which could not be described as a serious injury. But Dao Master Tianfeng had no choice. If the Golden Crow Great Saint broke through the Divine Wind Mountain's 9 heavens astral wind formation, he would not be polite. The Wind God sect would be slaughtered, and its 10,000 years of foundation would be destroyed, as long as we can hold it for a while. Dao Master Tianfeng thought to himself, "Xianmen Tianzong. After this, the Wind God sect will definitely take revenge." As long as Dao Master Tianfeng could hold the Divine Wind Mountain for a while, the other original spirit masters in the Divine Land would certainly not sit back and watch the Demon Clan Great Saint break into the human clan world and wreak havoc. This had nothing to do with interests, but the bottom line between the two clans. Master of the Xian sect, you colluded with the demon clan. Let's see how you explain it. I will definitely make you lose your reputation. While thinking, Tao Master Tianfeng crossed hundreds of thousands of miles of the void and finally returned to the Divine Wind Mountain. At this moment, the Divine Wind Mountain was surrounded by the vast sea of sun true fire. Waves of heat turned the land within thousands of miles into a piece of scorched land. Only the Divine Wind Mountain, protected by layers of nine heavens' formless gang wind, stood there alone, withstanding the attacks of the raging fire. Above his head, two suns hung in the sky at the same time, burning everything below. The golden crow great saint completely released his divine sense, and his whole body seemed to have turned into the sun. He was no different from a real sun. Tianfeng, hand over the thing, or your wind god sect will be destroyed today. Seeing that Tao Master Tianfeng had returned, the golden crow great saint did not care at all. His deafening laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. Tao Master Tianfeng snorted coldly. You should think about whether you can return to infinite wilderness first. His figure flashed, and he had already returned to the Divine Wind Mountain. With the original spirit cultivator in charge, the power of the Nine Heavens gang wind formation suddenly changed dramatically. The violent gang wind was like thousands of sharp blades, actively attacking the golden sea of fire. The gang wind collided with the innumerable rays of sun, true fire, and exploded. The flames were extinguished by the gang wind, and the gang wind was constantly blown to pieces by the true fire. Tao Master Tianfeng stood in the hall at the top of the Divine Wind Mountain, expressionlessly looking at the two suns hanging high in the sky. He put his hands together. Bang! The space above the Divine Wind Mountain suddenly split open, and countless astral winds whistled and roared without end. Tao Master Tianfeng used the Nine Heavens Gale formation to directly communicate with the astral wind layer above the ninth heaven. There were countless original Nine Heavens formless astral wind, which was as dangerous as the void storm in the void turbulence that made all cultivators pale. Even if a powerful figure in the primordial soul realm went deep into it, it would be difficult to guarantee his safety. The terrible thing about a formation was that it could use the vast power of nature between heaven and earth to occupy a geographical advantage. Just like the yin and yang life and death formation, and the nine luminaries sky-shattering formation, the Nine Heavens Gale formation was one of the few powerful magic formations that could move its position. The reason for this was that it did not rely on the Divine Wind Mountain, but the astral wind layer in the sky. Under the guidance of the Nine Heavens Astral Gale formation, the violent primeval gale poured down, almost instantly destroying the golden sea of fire that surrounded the Divine Wind Mountain. It rushed toward the blazing sun that the golden crow great sage had transformed into, and the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. This was the real power and horror of the Nine Heavens gang wind formation. Even though Golden Crow Great Sage's strength was much higher than Tao Master Tianfeng's, Tao Master Tianfeng could fight against him with the Nine Heavens gang wind formation. Tao Master Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Well, as long as we can hold on for a while, the demon will definitely retreat, unless it wants to be besieged and killed. But at this moment, Tao Master Tianfeng suddenly felt something and turned to look at the void in another direction. There, the space suddenly fluctuated violently like boiling water. A tide of purple mist suddenly emerged in the sky and kept spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the whole sky was dyed purple. Tao Master Tianfeng's eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? Chapter 388. A tide of purple mist emerged in the sky and turned into a purple sea of clouds. Tao Master Tianfeng looked at the vast purple sea of clouds in shock. In the center of the sea of clouds, there was a white jade-like mountain looming. The extremely terrifying power fluctuations were as vast as the sky and as vigorous as the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. 6 rainbow-colored cloud bridges extended from the white jade immortal mountain, connecting 6 immortal mountain caves with different sceneries. Some were filled with raging flames, some were desolate, and some were windy and snowy. The 6 cave residences, together with the endless astral wind and rolling thunderclouds, surrounded this fairy mountain that seemed to be the ruler of the 9 heavens. At the top of the fairy mountain was a huge, colorful tree that covered the sky. Its branches seemed to reach into the heavens and connected the entire void. At the top of the tree stood a young man in purple. He looked calm and smiled at Tao Master Tianfeng. It was Lin Feng's real body. Lin Feng looked relaxed and indifferent, as if he had come to the Divine Wind Mountain for an outing to enjoy the scenery. But in the eyes of Tao Master Tianfeng, this powerful figure of the primordial soul realm was frightened. "Are you betting?" Tao Master Tianfeng asked bitterly. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Yu Jingshan and I were indeed in the middle of the Kunlun Mountain. Silently, we watched you and Xianming Tao Master from the void. In fact, I followed you to the Divine Wind Mountain." Tao Master Tianfeng looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. After a while, he snorted. "The master of the Xian sect really thinks highly of the Wind God sect." Lin Feng's meaning was clear. He and Yu Jingshan would go wherever Tao Master Tianfeng went. If Tao Master Tianfeng had stayed and chosen to cooperate with Xianming Tao Master and Yu Xintao, Lin Feng and Yu Jingshan would have been smashed down on the spot. Tao Master Tianfeng chose to go back to the Divine Wind Mountain. The Iron Tree Avatar and the disciples were out of danger. Lin Feng's real body took Yu Jingshan all the way to the Divine Wind Mountain. At the end of the day, our sects are too close to each other, and conflict arises because of the development of our sections. However, there is no mortal enmity between us. Tao Master Tianfeng looked at Lin Feng with a strange look. "But because of your disciple, Shi Tianhao, you Xianmen Tianzong will have to fight with the Yu family and the dual-pupiled man. Shouldn't Yu Xintao be your primary target? You brought Yujing Mountain to deal with me. Yu Xintao can't do anything to you, but you can't keep him here even if your formation is powerful." Lin Feng smiled and said frankly, "This time I didn't intend to make Xianming Tao Master stay." "You." A look of realization flashed across Tao Master Tianfeng's face. "You want to keep him for the Qin dynasty?" Lin Feng smiled, neither admitting nor denying it, although he couldn't see through Wu Qingruo's specific plans. All the signs showed that whether Wu Qingru stood on the side of the Qin dynasty or the aristocratic families, the conflict between the Qin dynasty and the aristocratic families was about to erupt. Killing Yu Xintao in this situation was tantamount to helping the Qin dynasty. As a strong neighbor of Xianmen Tianzong, Lin Feng definitely hoped that the Qin dynasty would be as chaotic as possible so that his own Xianmen Tianzong would have enough room to develop. Although the Qin dynasty had invited Xianmen Tianzong to the Desolate Sea Assembly, as Xianmen Tianzong became stronger, the Qin dynasty would definitely become more vigilant and change their policies to restrict Xianmen Tianzong. In addition, there was another reason that only Lin Feng could understand, but couldn't tell others. That was the Yu clan. Lin Feng left the experience points package for his disciple, the little Shi Tianhao. This kind of loyal helper of the destined one's enemy was simply the most suitable stepping stone on the path of the destined one's rise. As Shi Tianhao sang all the way, the Yu clan would inevitably be swept into the garbage heap. There was no need for Lin Feng to worry at all. When the time came, he could just watch the show with peace of mind. The little one would fight his way up level by level according to the difficulty level. Eventually, he would reach the territory of the final boss and defeat it. What Lin Feng needed to do was to prevent the final boss from suddenly running out of the territory to find the little shirt Tianhao, who had not yet leveled up, just like this time. And there were too many benefits to killing Dao Master Tianfeng. Dao Master Tianfeng changed the incantation gesture with his hands. The endless astral wind that was originally fighting with the Golden Crow Sage quickly returned and turned into layers of astral wind barriers to protect the Divine Wind Mountain. Facing the pressure from both Lin Feng and the Golden Crow Sage, Dao Master Tianfeng could only defend with all his strength. All his hopes now rested on the human clan cultivators who would come to help after hearing that the Golden Crow Sage had entered the Divine Land. Master of the Xian sect, you have already made a mistake by allowing the demon clan like Tao Tai to stay on the mountain. Now you have colluded with the Golden Crow Sage. You are committing suicide in the cultivation world of the human clan. Dao Master Tianfeng stared coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Let's see how you explain yourself in front of so many people." Lin Feng looked at Dao Master Tianfeng and smiled. He thought to himself, "Friend, I can only continue with my plan after I kill you here. Otherwise, I will really be accused of colluding with the demon clan." Standing at the top of the mysterious sky treasure tree, he pinched the incantation gesture and said lightly, "You don't need to worry about how I will explain myself." Lin Feng's spiritual will had reached a perfect balance with the white jade Jing Mountain, the mysterious sky treasure tree, and the purple sea of clouds. The four wills had merged together. The purple mist surged and surrounded the white jade Jing Mountain. Then, outside the vast purple sea of clouds, a colorful and shining halo appeared. It formed a perfect sphere and contained the white jade Jing Mountain, the mysterious sky treasure tree, and the purple sea of clouds. Seeing this, Dao Master Tianfeng's expression completely changed. He looked at the huge ball of light in front of him and could clearly feel a mysterious and majestic realm from it. It was as if he was facing a complete world of creation. Thousands of wills were united and merged together. Boom, 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 boom. The space around the halo constantly exploded, as if the boundary between one world and another was squeezed together and constantly rubbed against each other. Not to mention Dao Master Tianfeng, even the Golden Crow Saint, who was like a second sun in the sky, was shocked at this moment. Not only in the human clan's divine land, but also in the demon realm's infinite wasteland. Most of the great saints and demon kings of the demon clan knew that Lin Feng was in control of the White Jade Jing Mountain. Everyone knew that the White Jade Jing Mountain, as the gate of Xianmen Tianzong, could move in the void. Therefore, Lin Feng was not afraid of going deep into the enemy's territory because he could control the White Jade Jing Mountain at any time and wipe out the enemy's geographical advantage. But no one knew what kind of power the White Jade Jing Mountain had. That day outside the Sanzhou city, the White Jade Jing Mountain suddenly appeared and killed 2 early Yuanian cultivators. It was like killing 2 mosquitoes, and it did not show its true strength at all. Until now, the White Jade Jing Mountain had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. I must be careful. If I am not careful, I may be killed by the master of the Xianmen sect and the Wind God sect. This was the first thought that came to the Golden Crow Great Saint's mind. However, what made the Golden Crow Great Saint feel a little relieved was that the White Jade Jing Mountain was displaying a strong power at the moment, but this power had obviously rubbed against the vast thousand world itself and was restricted by the power of the boundary. Although the power was still very strong, it was stiff because of this. It was perfect for attacking a motionless target like the Divine Wind Mountain, but if it was used to attack experts like him and Dao Master Tianfeng, it would appear to be not flexible enough. Even if it could not win, it could still run away. Although he comforted himself in this way, When the Golden Crow Great Saint saw the White Jade Jing Mountain rushing toward the Divine Wind Mountain, he was still shocked. Boom! The White Jade Jing Mountain, under the cover of the light ball, crashed straight into the Divine Wind Mountain. Between the two, the space on the way of the White Jade Jing Mountain suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. The boundary of the space was directly crushed by the White Jade Jing Mountain. Dao Master Tianfeng was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His hands continuously changed the incantation gestures, constantly triggering the primitive and violent Nine Heavens formless astral wind in the astral wind layer above the sky to strengthen the wind wall defense outside the Divine Wind Mountain, pushing the power of the Nine Heavens astral wind formation to the extreme. With a roar, he took off his human body and turned into an invisible but extremely powerful astral wind, which also integrated into the Nine Heavens astral wind formation. At the same time, a big cattail leaf fan appeared at the top of the Divine Wind Mountain. It suddenly flashed toward the outside of the mountain, and in an instant, a fierce wind blew. This time, Dao Master Tianfeng went all out. He manifested his Yuan spirit incarnation and took out his magic treasure, the Tianfeng treasure fan. All his power burst out at this moment, because he knew that if he did not go all out now, he would never have the chance. At this time, the wind walls surrounding Divine Wind Mountain had endless astral winds stacked upon each other, nearly condensing into a solid substance. They had already lost the formless and formless characteristics of the astral winds. Instead, they were filled with vibrant colors, brilliant and dazzling. This defense had been raised to the extreme, and it was a defense that the Golden Crow Great Saint could not break. Because of this, although he had always coveted the Divine Wind Mountain, he had never been able to get what he wanted. But in front of Yujing Mountain, it was useless. It was like an emperor descending to the world, or the master of the Nine Heavens, or a divine emperor descending to the world. The space within 1,000 miles was trembling, and countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth were directly squeezed and exploded. The light ball that wrapped around Yujing Mountain hit the Nine Heavens astral wind formation heavily. The mountain gate hit the mountain gate with a loud bang. The whole world seemed to turn into chaos. The Kunlun Mountains around the Divine Wind Mountain all collapsed and were directly razed to the ground. For a moment, only the Divine Wind Mountain was left standing in the vast world. It was full of the feeling that it was at the end of the road and was about to collapse. The wind wall that seemed to have solidified and was overflowing with colorful light suddenly flickered with ripples of light. It twisted and seemed as if it was about to shatter. But what made Dao Master Tianfeng desperate was that Yujing Mountain's attack had just begun. The light ball hit the wind wall, and the power that seemed to collapse the sky pressed down on the Divine Wind Mountain, like Mount Tai crushing an egg. The Divine Wind Mountain was feeling like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under this terrifying power, the surrounding earth collapsed and collapsed. The solid ground was turned into powder, and dust flew into the sky. It was as if a sandstorm was set off within 1,000 miles of the Divine Wind Mountain. Finally, the light ball that wrapped around Yujing Mountain retreated and rose into the air again. But before the Divine Wind Mountain could breathe a sigh of relief, the light ball fiercely hit it again. At this moment, Yujing Mountain had completely gone mad, as if it was the end of the world. All of its power gathered together for one thing: crash, crash, crash. Chapter 389. The Golden Crow Great Sage stood at the side, shuddering as he watched Mount Yujing's momentum, which seemed to be about to smash a hole in the divine land. Let him compete with the Divine Wind Mountain. I'm not in a hurry to act. I'll wait until the Divine Wind Mountain is completely destroyed, the Golden Crow Great Sage thought. Golden Crow Great Sage thought to himself, It would be best if he could fight to the death with Tianfeng, but I'm afraid he won't do that. But as long as he breaks through the divine Wind Mountain, everything will be fine. After this, I must find a way to deal a blow to Lin Feng when I return to Infinite Wilderness and suppress his momentum. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with him if he cooperates with Mount Yujing, the Golden Crow Great Sage thought. As long as I publicize the contents of my contact with Lin Feng, I can incite the dissatisfaction of the human race against him. In this way, he will definitely be in a difficult situation. While the Golden Crow Great Sage was thinking, Lin Feng began to control Mount Yujing to launch a second attack on the divine Wind Mountain. Lin Feng silently calculated, Mount Yujing, the mysterious heaven treasure tree, and the cyclic purple chi are all powerful enough, but my cultivation still needs to be improved. I don't even need to cultivate a primordial spirit. As long as I advance to the late Yuanying stage and master the universal Dharma form, I can use Mount Yujing to break through the nine heavens astral winds formation in one go. Mount Yujing's second attack was even more ferocious than the first. It was like a rebellious king finally starting to face the rebels in front of him. This made things difficult for the divine Wind Mountain below. After Mount Yujing's attack, the wind wall formed by the nine heavens astral winds formation was already distorted and on the verge of collapse. Now that it had to endure a second attack that was even more powerful than the first, the wind wall immediately shattered and turned into endless scattered astral winds. Under the pressure of Mount Yujing, it was compressed and spread in all directions. A powerful shock wave, composed entirely of astral winds spread out in all directions with Mount Yujing as the center. It was like a ring-shaped storm blade that cut through everything in its path. Thousands of miles of mountains around the divine Wind Mountain had already been destroyed in the aftermath of the first collision. This time, the storm blades sliced through even more distant mountains, causing countless mountains to collapse and landslides. The nine heavens astral wind formation was completely broken, and the astral wind formed by Dao Master Tianfeng's primordial spirit, which was integrated into the formation, was spat out and heavily bombarded the palaces and pavilions on the top of the divine Wind Mountain. He turned back into his human form, looking extremely embarrassed. He grabbed the magic treasure beside him, the heavenly wind treasured fan, looked around, and his eyes were about to spit out flames. In the past, the summit of the divine Wind Mountain was surrounded and protected by astral winds. It was mysterious and ethereal, making it difficult for outsiders to clearly see the summit. But now, the astral winds had dispersed, and the mountaintop was a mess. At this moment, the divine Wind Mountain looked as if it had been stripped naked. Dao Master Tianfeng stared at Yujing Mountain in the sky. Lin Feng at the top of the Jade Capital Mountain, on the top of the treasure tree. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "From the moment you and the Yu family worked together to plot against me, you should have expected this result. From now on, there is only one voice in the Kunlun mountain range, the voice of Xianmen Tianzong." Dao Master Tianfeng's eyes were about to spit fire, and he almost crushed the heavenly wind treasured fan in his hand. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense with him, but he didn't control Yujing Mountain to continue attacking. Silently, he just floated in the void. Golden Crow Great Saint secretly sighed in his heart, knowing that Lin Feng wouldn't continue to attack. But the nine heavens astral wind formation had been broken, and Dao Master Tianfeng had been injured in the collision just now. This was enough for Golden Crow Great Saint. Even if Dao Master Tianfeng wasn't injured, without the help of the nine heavens astral wind formation, he wouldn't be a match for Golden Crow Great Saint, let alone now. In Dao Master Tianfeng's desperate roar, Golden Crow Great Saint drove the raging true sunfire to sweep the divine Wind Mountain. the light of the true sun fire continued to explode. Under the high temperature, the entire divine Wind Mountain was gradually collapsing. Looking at the golden fire that filled the sky, Tao Master Tianfeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood because he knew that the Wind God Sect's 10,000 years of foundation was completely destroyed. Even though Tao Master Tianfeng had reached the primordial soul realm and had an extremely strong will, he still found it hard to accept such a huge blow. At this moment, Tao Master Tianfeng looked at Yujing Mountain in the sky and vaguely felt a trace of regret. Regret. This kind of emotion hadn't appeared in Tao Master Tianfeng's long life for thousands of years, but at this moment, it really appeared. Tao Master Tianfeng sighed inwardly. He waved his heavenly wind-treasured fan to split open the sea of true sun fire, ready to break out. The destruction of the Wind God Sect and the destruction of the Wind God Sect made Tao Master Tianfeng's heart ache, but if he continued to hesitate, even he would die here. Golden Crow Great Saint naturally couldn't let him escape, so he immediately chased after him. Although the demon had left, the true sun fire he had left on divine Wind Mountain was not extinguished. Lin Feng looked down at the sea of fire from Yujing Mountain and saw a strange beast struggling in the sea of fire. It had a body like a deer, a head like a sparrow, horns, and a snake's tail. Its whole body was covered with a cyan brilliance. The most famous spirit beast raised by the Wind God Sect was the Hylian beast. At this moment, the strange beast in front of Lin Feng was the Hylian beast king raised by the Wind God Sect. The other mixed-blood Hylian beasts were all crossbred from it. The Hylian was a very high-quality wind spirit beast. Lin Feng had always wanted to get a Demon King-level Hylian, so that he could cooperate with the Kuei Ox King to maximize the power of the Wind Thunder Transformation Talisman Array. Although this Hylian had formed a demon infant and reached the Demon King level, it still couldn't resist the true sunfire of the Golden Crow Great Saint, even if Golden Crow Great Saint had left. Lin Feng used his Dharma power to grab the Hylian and bring it to Yujing Mountain. He activated Yujing Mountain, broke through the void, and flew unhurriedly in the direction of Golden Crow Great Saint and Tao Master Tianfeng. There's not much time left. The human tribe's primordial soul cultivators should be arriving soon. Lin Feng calculated in his mind. Golden Crow Great Saint and Tao Master Tianfeng, one human and one demon, were chasing and fleeing. Their speed was getting slower and slower, and Lin Feng had already caught up with them. Tao Master Tianfeng had been trapped by Golden Crow Great Saint's true sunfire, and could only resist with the 9-heaven formless gang wind. If Golden Crow Great Saint hadn't paid at least half of his attention to Lin Feng, Tao Master Tianfeng would have been defeated and captured. Golden Crow Great Saint glanced at Lin Feng's Yujing Mountain, then looked coldly at Tao Master Tianfeng and said, "Tianfeng, you should know what I want. Give it to me and I won't make things difficult for you." Tao Master Tianfeng's eyes flashed. He had already understood that Golden Crow Great Saint was also afraid of Lin Feng. As long as he got what he wanted, Golden Crow Great Saint would really retreat. He was happy to leave Tao Master Tianfeng behind and let the human tribe fight among themselves. Tao Master Tianfeng made a prompt decision. He flipped his palm, and a round pearl flashed with a warm luster appeared in his hand. Lin Feng looked from Jade Capital Mountain and saw that it was an orb shaped like a pearl, but the size was the size of an adult's fist. The orb was translucent, and one could see that there were clouds of rolling mist inside. Most of the mist was milky white, and only a small part was flashing with a faint golden light. Tao Master Tianfeng didn't say a word and directly threw the pearl to Golden Crow Great Saint. The Golden Crow Sage laughed and looked extremely happy. He put away the pearl and withdrew his true fire of the sun with satisfaction. making a path for Tao Master Tianfeng. Tao Master Tianfeng didn't dare to hesitate and directly manifested his Yuan spirit incarnation. It turned into an invisible wind and was about to break through the void to escape. But Lin Feng wouldn't give him this chance. Yujing Mountain directly smashed down. Tao Master Tianfeng wanted to avoid it, but he didn't have the strength to do so. When Yujing Mountain used its full strength, it almost turned into an independent world, which would cause serious friction with the space of the vast thousand world. Although it didn't affect its power, its flexibility was greatly reduced, making it seem stiff and sluggish. It was just right for attacking the divine Wind Mountain, which couldn't move, but it would lose its clumsiness when facing experts like the Golden Crow Great Sage and Heavenly Wind Tao Master. Lin Feng himself was also very clear about this problem. To solve it, Lin Feng needed to further increase his own cultivation level, become more closely connected with Mount Yujing, the mystic sky treasure tree, and the cyclic violet qi, and comprehend more of the mysteries of the great Tao. However, Tao Master Tianfeng had been injured in the previous collision at the mountain gate, and then beaten up by Golden Crow Great Saint. He was already seriously injured. Even in Yujing Mountain, he was unable to escape. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Tao Master Tianfeng had to use his Yuan spirit incarnation to drive the Tianfeng treasure fan. The two of them worked together to resist the suppression of Yujing Mountain, but he was still no match for Yujing Mountain, even with the support of the Nine Heavens Astral Wind Formation. How could he resist Yujing Mountain now? Tao Master Tianfeng's attack fell in front of Yujing Mountain like a few weak breezes. A powerful primordial soul cultivator could only watch himself and the Tianfeng treasure fan being smashed into pieces by Yujing Mountain. His Yuan spirit incarnation was originally an invisible wind, but at this moment, it was directly torn apart by the power of Yujing Mountain. The strong wind exploded into countless streams of air that shot out in all directions. However, every single stream of air was once again crushed by Yujing Mountain. They were continuously destroyed, from thick to thin, and then even thinner until they completely ceased to exist. Tao Master Tianfeng, the master of the Wind God sect at the Primordial Soul Realm, was directly killed by Yujing Mountain. The Golden Crow Great Sage's eyelids twitched when he saw this. This man is really cruel. A cultivator at the Primordial Soul Realm died, just like that. Then, the great saint of the demon clan found that after a slight pause, Yujing Mountain was rushing toward him. Golden Crow Great Saint sneered. Even I want to stay. You're too greedy. Today, I'll let you be arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson in the future. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared above Golden Crow Great Saint's head. It directly pierced through the sky above and opened a space door. It was a secret method of the demon clan that he had set up in his lair in Infinite Wasteland. As long as he willed it, he could be transported back to Infinite Wasteland without going through the passage between the two worlds. Although this method came at a great cost, Golden Crow Great Saint felt that it was all worth it when he thought of the pearl he had finally obtained. Chapter 390. In the face of Lin Feng's ferocious Yujing Mountain, the Golden Crow Sage had to retreat. He had gotten what he wanted and achieved his goal, so he was ready to retreat and return to Infinite Wilderness. In fact, he had been secretly calculating when the reinforcements of the other human experts would arrive. The Golden Crow Great Sage had already made preparations for his escape route. He had set up a receiving method in his old nest in Infinite Wilderness Land. With just a thought, he could open up an independent spatial passageway between his current location and his old nest, allowing him to return to Infinite Wilderness Land. The cost of this receiving method was great, and it was a fixed one-way method. It could only send the Golden Crow Sage from his current location to his lair. It could only be used once, and it would be useless. However, the effect was very good. The Golden Crow Sage could leave the Divine Land at any time and did not need to go to the inherent space crack passage between the two worlds. With just a thought, a golden light appeared above his head, and the passage door opened. Wrapped in golden light, he flew up into the sky. The Golden Crow Sage was as fast as lightning. He was about to disappear into the space door. Lin Feng drove Mount Yujing, still chasing behind him, ascending all the way. You can't catch up. The Golden Crow Sage sneered. After today, you will be besieged endlessly by your fellow humans. Internal strife is what you are best at. As he spoke, the Golden Crow Sage's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the space door opened by the golden light above his head and saw a big hand suddenly stretching out from the other side of the door. This hand did not have a specific color, and it was hazy and chaotic. It only condensed into the shape of a hand, but it was incomparably huge, so huge that it exceeded anyone's imagination. It was so big that people suspected that this hand could directly crush a star in its palm. Tianmei, the Golden Crow Sage, roared. He did not dare to hesitate at all. Demonic power surged all over his body, bursting out with unprecedented power. He had never used this kind of power when he fought against the Nine Heavens astral gale formation and captured Tao Master Tianfeng. Because the Golden Crow Sage did not divert his attention to guard against Lin Feng. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. The giant hand in front of him was something that he might not be able to match even if he used all his strength. If he was even slightly distracted, he would die immediately. The vast, true fire of the sun burst out, and then gathered together, instantly turning into a golden sun. Within the golden light of the sun, a three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew. Because this sun was closer to the ground, at this moment its light was even more dazzling and blazing than the real sun in the sky. However, that terrifying hand didn't seem to care at all. It slammed down on the golden sun as if it was swatting a fly. The huge hand collided violently with the blazing sun. In an instant, a powerful shockwave comparable to when Mount Yujing had collided with the Nine Heavens gale formation erupted, shattering all the surrounding spiritual energy and causing the space to collapse. Golden flames rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. The large hand trembled and quickly retracted, as if it had been scalded by a flame. Golden light flashed in the center of the palm, and it kept on exploding. The Golden Crow Sage was in a miserable state. He was directly hit by the giant hand and was sent flying backward. The true fire of the sun all over his body was destroyed, revealing his true form as a three-legged golden crow. His black feathers, shining with golden light, fell off in large numbers and scattered all over the sky. Before the Golden Crow Sage could recover, a pressure like that of Mount Tai appeared in his heart, causing all his feathers to stand on end. He turned his head and saw that Mount Yujing, which had been chasing him all this time, was already right in front of him. Being blocked by that giant hand not only caused the Golden Crow Sage to be seriously injured, but also caused his connection method to be stuck. As a result, Mount Yujing had caught up with him. A sense of despair rose in the Golden Crow Sage's heart. He finally felt what Tao Master Tianfeng had felt before. He had the heart, but not the strength. He wanted to dodge, but he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything. In particular, now that he had been directly hit by that terrifying giant hand and was flying backward, it was as if he had taken the initiative to crash into Mount Yujing. Lin Feng naturally accepted such a big gift. He did not hesitate and exerted the power of Mount Yujing to the extreme. Wrapped in a ball of light, it directly crushed everything that dared to stand in its way. The demon and the mountain collided, and a fierce power fluctuation erupted in the air. With a bang, it was as if a piece of porcelain had hit a hard mountain rock. The sky was filled with a rain of blood and feathers. The three-legged golden crow, a great saint of the demon clan and an immortal demon soul, was directly smashed into pieces by Mount Yujing. His flesh and blood flew everywhere. And this was just the beginning. His body was smashed, and the Golden Crow Sage's demon soul was also crushed by Mount Yujing and constantly disintegrated. The great saint of the demon clan and the Tao master of the human clan were detached from the mortal world. Naturally, their lifespans were almost infinite, but they could still be killed by powerful external forces. Tao Master Tianfeng was the same, and so was the Golden Crow Sage. The ball of golden light that had struggled under the impact of Mount Yujing finally exploded and turned into flowing lights that filled the sky. After the attack, the giant hand in the sky did not attack again. Silently, it just blocked the Golden Crow Sage's way. At this time, it waved its hand and took an inconspicuous golden light from the flowing lights that erupted from the Golden Crow Sage's demon soul. Then it retreated. Lin Feng ignored him. That was part of the agreement in the first place. After all, the Golden Crow Sage was a great demon who had achieved the second realm of the immortal demon soul. He was much stronger than Tao Master Tianfeng, so he was not killed by Mount Yujing. But at this moment, he was completely desperate, because when the giant hand retreated from the space door, it also completely destroyed the golden light channel that the Golden Crow Sage had opened with the receiving method. The receiving method was broken, and the space channel was closed again. Only the broken remnants of the Golden Crow Sage's demon soul were left floating between heaven and earth. In front of him was Mount Yujing, which was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Heavenly charm! The Golden Crow Sage roared unwillingly, but then Mount Yujing pressed down on his head from the sky. In the roar, the dust on the ground flew up, bringing up a sandstorm. As Mount Yujing slowly landed on the ground, its powerful Dharma power also suppressed the remnant of the Golden Crow Sage's soul under the mountain. After a long time, as if the dust had settled, everything returned to normal. But as far as the eye could see, the Kunlun Mountains, which were thousands of miles in radius, had been devastated by this battle. Lin Feng stood calmly at the top of the mysterious sky treasure tree. At this moment, a light shadow appeared in front of him, shaking slightly. In the light shadow, a barefoot girl in a white dress appeared. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and her eyes and smile exuded an intoxicating charm. It was the peerless genius of the demon clan, who Lin Feng had met once in the past, Long Yi. Lin Feng looked at her and said calmly, "I will now call you Great Sage Long Yi." Long Yi laughed softly. Her voice was low and hoarse as usual, but it revealed a different kind of charm. "Sect Leader Lin is too polite. In front of you, Long Yi doesn't dare to be arrogant." Although her words were polite, Lin Feng didn't dare to look down on this girl. She was a genius of the same level as Yan Mingwei. Even though both of them were heavily injured in the previous battle, they were still able to recover their strength in such a short amount of time, and even go up a level. This even made Lin Feng secretly suspect that the two of them already had a plan in their hearts during that battle back then. It seemed like they almost died together, but they each gained something from that battle and broke through their previous limits. However, compared to Long Yi, what Lin Feng cared about more was her master, the Enchantress. Regarding this demon, Lin Feng's only thought could be condensed into two words: terrifying. Simply terrifying. The Golden Crow Saint, who had cultivated the second realm of the indestructible demon soul, was completely no match for him. Even if it wasn't an ambush, if the Golden Crow Saint dared to face the Enchantress head-on, he would only be defeated. It was believed that the Golden Crow Saint was extremely afraid of the enchantress and didn't dare to meet him easily. This time, he was tempted by treasures to attack the divine Wind Mountain, but the news was leaked and he was caught red-handed by the enchantress. In the end, he had no choice but to die. Almost universally recognized as the number one of the 10 sages of the demon clan, he indeed deserved his reputation. Lin Feng guessed that this demon should have reached the third realm of the indestructible demon soul. Beating the Golden Crow Saint was like an adult beating a child. In the past, he was probably afraid of the reaction of the other great sages of the demon clan and the overall situation of Tianhuang mainland. Otherwise, he would have killed the Golden Crow Saint long ago. This time, when the Golden Crow Saint came to the divine land, he was immediately taken advantage of by her and died. After ending the communication with Lin Feng, Long Yi was in a daze. "Are you regretting looking at that jade capital mountain?" A woman slowly walked to Long Yi's side. Her entire body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of chaotic fog, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. It was Long Yi's master, the enchantress. A speck of golden light floated above her hand. Silently, it floated in the air like a firefly. Long Yi came back to her senses when she heard this and threw herself at her master with a smile, lightly shaking her master's arm. "Master, you clearly know that I'm about to regret it to death. Don't laugh at me anymore. I also didn't know that Yujing Mountain was actually so mysterious. However, I'm looking forward more and more to what kind of storm this master of the celestial sect can stir up in the divine land." Long Yi's eyes flickered. The old Golden Crow's execution this time was not a waste. The enchantress said indifferently, "The old Golden Crow can only blame himself for being too greedy and biting off more than he could chew. He deserves this outcome." Long Yi asked curiously, "Master, what treasure does the old Golden Crow want to seize from the divine Wind Mountain? I saw that you only took the old Golden Crow's divine vein imprint. You didn't take anything else." "That treasure doesn't have much use for us, but it's different if it's given to someone else." A faint smile appeared on the enchantress's blurry face. "I'll leave it to the master of the celestial sect. Let's see what he decides in the future." Lin Feng was currently at the peak of Jade Capital Mountain. Silently, he held a fist-sized pearl in his hand. The Golden Crow Great Sage was suppressed, so the old bird's treasures naturally all fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the things that the Golden Crow Great Sage constantly wanted to seize from the divine Wind Mountain. "It feels like the originally mostly milky white fog is slowly turning golden." Lin Feng looked for a moment before putting away the pearl, because a new guest was about to arrive. Due to the Golden Crow Great Sage's invasion, a human primordial spirit cultivator had rushed over as reinforcement. Chapter 391. Sitting on Yujing Mountain, Lin Feng sensed a powerful wave of Dharma power coming from afar. But soon, the Dharma power stopped and kept a certain distance from Yujing Mountain. They could feel that the demonic aura of the Golden Crow Great Saint had disappeared. A voice came from the void. "Is this the master of the Celestial Gate?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "Yes, it is me. Are you here for the Golden Crow Great Saint? He has been suppressed by me and can no longer do evil or cause trouble in the divine land. Don't worry." The Dharma power stopped for a moment and then calmed down. Lin Feng could feel a few divine senses looking at Yujing Mountain, but they could not break in. He slightly relaxed the suppression on the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Saint. Suddenly, a violent will of resistance was revealed. The Essence Soul Masters who came to help nodded. They immediately confirmed that the Golden Crow Great Saint was seriously injured and was indeed suppressed by Lin Feng's Yujing Mountain. They looked at Yujing Mountain with mixed feelings. They already knew that Yujing Mountain was strong, but it was not until today that they saw it. Although the Golden Crow, Great Saint's strength, was at the bottom of the 10 most famous demon sages, he was still a great demon that had dominated the infinite wilderness for a long time. He had cultivated the second level of the immortal demon soul, and was an ancient species that could control the true fire of the sun. He was stronger than many demon sages. Who would have thought that he would die in Kunlun Mountain today? One of them suddenly asked. When we arrived, the divine Wind Mountain had been destroyed. May I ask the master of the Celestial Gate, where is Dao Master Tianfeng now? Although they did not see it with their own eyes, they could roughly guess what had happened based on the remnant Dharma power aura and the flow of the chi of heaven and earth. Although the divine Wind Mountain had been destroyed by the true fire of the sun, the Nine Heavens astral wind formation had definitely collided with Yujing Mountain. Even the Nine Heavens astral wind formation was destroyed by the power of Yujing Mountain. And here they could clearly feel that Dao Master Tianfeng had died. Before he died, he had fought with Lin Feng and Yujing Mountain. Lin Feng said lightly, Tianfeng Dao Master plotted against me, Xianmen Tianzong, and has been killed by me. Lin Feng could also sense the remaining aura, so he openly admitted it. However, he now had a deeper understanding of the enchantress's strength. His sneak attack had beaten the Golden Crow Great Sage, half to death, without leaving a trace. Hearing that Lin Feng had admitted to killing Dao Master Tianfeng, the Dharma power in the sky stopped, and then someone revealed a dangerous aura. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he continued, the Golden Crow Great Sage has invaded the divine land of the human race. It's not just my fellow Taoists who have invaded the human race's divine land. I am also duty-bound to kill and expel this demon. Therefore, he is now being suppressed under my Yujing Mountain. Wind God sect plotted to attack Xianmen Tianzong. I will settle the score with Dao Master Tianfeng. It's that simple. The other party was silent, but everyone was thinking quickly in their hearts. With a thought from Lin Feng, the purple gas had already brought out the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Sage, who was suppressed under Yujing Mountain, and sent it into the Xiantian Timeless Cave at the top of the Xiantian Treasure Tree. The Golden Crow Great Sage had a very bad feeling. What are you going to do? Lin Feng smiled and turned to look at the girl who was still carrying the giant sword case and walking around the tree. Then, carrying the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Sage, he walked in front of the girl and tried to communicate with her with his divine thought. Since the last time the giant sword was unsheathed, Lin Feng found that although the girl still looked dull and her eyes were dull, there was no doubt that there was more spirit in her than before. It was very likely that it was because 1/3 of the blade of the giant sword had finally been sharpened. With the help of the good karma formed when he helped the giant sword to remove the last bit of rust, Lin Feng tried to communicate with the girl. She did not stop and continued walking, but Lin Feng was delighted to find that his divine thought had received a slight response. He directly sent the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Sage in front of the girl and then sent a message through his divine thought. The girl suddenly stopped and looked at the Golden Crow Great Sage in front of her in a daze. The Golden Crow Great Sage was shocked and wanted to make a final resistance. Even though he was only left with a remnant soul, his strength was still stronger than that of an ordinary late-stage Yuanian cultivator. However, the bright silver chains on the girl's body were instantly undone, and the giant sword case on her back directly smashed toward the Golden Crow Great Sage. Boom! As the Golden Crow Great Sage roared, he was directly pressed to the ground by the giant sword case, unable to move. The girl turned into a shadow and gradually disappeared, leaving only the giant sword case firmly suppressing the Golden Crow Great Sage. Soon, the Golden Crow Great Sage's eyes revealed a look of pain, and he looked at the sword case pressing down on him with shock and anger. This thing, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a blunt, rusty knife incessantly cutting his demon soul, rubbing back and forth. The golden crow great sage was like a whetstone, constantly being rubbed by the giant sword in the sword case, using his demon soul to grind away the rust on the giant sword. As the rust lessened, the power of the giant sword became stronger, while the power of the golden crow great sage's demon soul became weaker. This process was very slow and would be a long one. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded and said, "My prediction was right. This is also the most suitable way to deal with this old golden crow." Even though the golden crow great sage was only a remnant of his demon soul, he was still extremely powerful. If Lin Feng wanted to suppress him with his own strength, then there was no need for him to do anything else but to wrangle with this old bird. Using the Yujing Mountain to suppress him would affect the Yujing Mountain's mobility and balance of power, causing it to be unable to freely enter and exit the void. This was even more intolerable to Lin Feng. Now that he was using the giant sword to suppress the golden crow great sage, nothing would be delayed. He could also further form a good relationship with the sword and lay a more solid foundation for subduing it in the future. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, with the golden crow great sage's remnant soul helping to sharpen the sword, the speed of refining the giant sword would be increased to another level. Lin Feng put his palms together, and with a roar, the Yujing Mountain rose from the ground and flew into the sky. The mysterious sky treasure tree on top of the jade capital mountain that reached the sky burst forth with colorful light. The branches and leaves of the tree that covered the sky shook together. The treasure light broke through the space, and the huge white jade immortal mountain also disappeared into the void. In an instant, the majestic immortal mountain, the majestic purple aura, and the treasure tree all disappeared. In the sky, only the blue sky and white clouds were left. A cool breeze flowed, and Lin Feng's voice lingered. In the future, if the demon race invades again, I will also take action. In the blink of an eye, the vast Yujing Mountain paradise seemed to have never existed. The primordial soul mighty figures in the void were all silent. Their thoughts fluctuated continuously, but in the end, no one moved. Lin Feng drove the Yujing Mountain through the void turbulence and received Yan Mingyue's voice transmission. "Sect leader Lin, you really spent a lot this time. The Wind God sect and the Yu family took the initiative to provoke me, and I was just giving them a taste of their own medicine." Lin Feng's tone was indifferent, and he said calmly, "However, no matter what, I still have to thank the Taishu Temple." This time, there was someone who planned to participate in the joint operation against Xianmen Tianzong. That person was the supreme master of the Li Meng sword, one of the 6 meridian swords of Mount Shu sword sect, Sword Venerable Li. That day in the battle of the opening ceremony outside of Sand Continent City, Kong Chong, the head disciple of the Li Meng swordsman, suffered a crushing defeat in Lin Feng's hands. Even though Lin Feng spared him from death, he still suffered a huge loss. For the venerable Li Meng swordsman to remember this is to be expected. This time, Dao Master Skywind and Dao Master Xianming joined forces to deal with Xianmen Tianzong, and they also contacted Sword Venerable Li. Sword Venerable Li even agreed to help, but he was stopped by the people of the Taishu Temple. Of course, the Taishu Temple had their own reasons for doing this, and it was not just to help Lin Feng. Yan Mingyue chuckled. "Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I dare not take credit for this. The decision was made by my eldest senior brother." "Oh," Lin Feng nodded. "I see." Yan Mingyue suddenly asked, "Is the treasure that the Golden Crow Great Sage is looking for in your hands?" "Yes," Lin Feng said frankly. "Are you interested, Taoist Yan?" Yan Mingyue answered, "Not so. I just want to remind you that the Tianho golden bead may bring you trouble. There are rumors in the infinite region that It is the relic of the saint emperor of the demon race that has been dead for thousands of years. There are many secrets involved, and this rumor has not been verified. There are many similar rumors, but they were later proven to be just rumors. But there are still some demons who believe this news, and the Golden Crow Great Sage is the most determined one. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. The Tianhou Golden Bead. Yes, I know what I am doing. Thank you for telling me. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. Yan Mingyue smiled and continued. In addition, I need to inform you that Dao Master Xianming has already received the news that you killed Dao Master Tianfeng and suppressed the Golden Crow Great Sage. One of the Essence Soul experts who came to Kunlun Mountain is the clan leader of the Shi family. It's a pity that we didn't meet. Lin Feng said lightly. As for Dao Master Xianming, I also felt a change in him. The change was that Yu Xintao began to go all out. He began to attack Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death array at all costs, but not to break the array and kill people, but to escape. Even though it was hundreds of thousands of miles away, Yujing Mountain passed through the void, and it wouldn't take long to return. When Lin Feng's main body returns with Yujing Mountain, Yu Xintao won't be able to leave even if he wanted to. In the battle with the yin and yang life and death array, he had a certain advantage. At this time, he did not seek to break the array and kill people, but only to escape, which greatly reduced the difficulty. The only problem was the time. He had to leave before Yujing Mountain returned. A few cracks appeared on the black ice soul incarnation of his primordial spirit, and his magic treasure, the Xianming treasured strategy, was also damaged. Yu Xintao finally succeeded in killing his way out of the yin and yang life and death formation. Then, without stopping, he quickly fled. Yu Xintao could not care about saving Yu Ilan, Yu Shiling, and other ancestors of the Yuanying stage who were trapped in the array. It was not that he was ruthless. At this time, Yu Xintao was like Dao Master Tianfeng, who had left to help Divine Wind Mountain. His heart was bleeding, but he had to make a prompt decision. It turned out that Yu Xintao's decision was extremely correct. As soon as he left, Lin Feng's body drove Yujing Mountain to kill his way here. Lin Feng looked at the yin and yang life and death array, where the tiny Shi Tianhao was fighting fiercely with the ancestor of the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, who was a whole realm higher than him. Chapter 392. Silently, Lin Feng sat upright on the mysterious heaven treasure tree on the top of Yujing Mountain. He did not interfere with the battle in the yin and yang life and death formation. Even his iron tree doppelganger had returned to the mountain, except for Yu Ilan and the other two Yuanying late-stage practitioners, who were dealt with by the yin and yang life and death formation. Lin Feng did not activate the formation to attack the other four Yuanying middle-stage practitioners, including Yu Shiling. He only used the formation to trap them, so that they could not escape. After a long and fierce battle, the battle in the formation finally came to an end. Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He smiled and looked into the formation. As the light and shadow flickered, a figure slowly walked out of the formation. He walked with some unsteady steps, and his body swayed slightly. He looked very weak, but his bright eyes were unprecedentedly excited. Master! The tiny Shi Tianhao came out of the yin and yang life and death formation. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled. I won. At this moment, Shi Tianhao's whole body was covered with an icy blue color, as if he had become an ice man. His body was covered with dense cracks like a spider's web, but no flesh and blood could be seen in these cracks. Only ice crystals kept falling down. If it were not for the protection of the great saint's beast skin, Shi Tianhao would have been dead by now. His whole body turned into ice crystals and completely shattered into powder. Even now, his whole body was like a porcelain doll that was about to break. At this moment, there was no need for yuaning or golden elixir period practitioners, or even foundation establishment or qi refining stage practitioners. Any strong man in the secular world could smash his whole body into pieces with one punch. The 9 apertures golden elixir, which was absorbing and releasing a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, was completely silent at this moment, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The icy cold mirror and the bronze void cauldron, the 2 great yuanying celestial devices, were still in the yin and yang life and death formation. Shi Tianhao could not retrieve them, and the 2 celestial devices were also badly damaged and dim. It could be said that, except for the time when his supreme beer had just been dug out, today was the weakest and most seriously injured Shi Tianhao had ever been since he was born. He had 1 foot in the gate of hell. However, even though he was heavily injured, Shi Tianhao's expression was extremely joyful. His eyes were shining brightly, because just now he had successfully killed the Yu family's yuanying middle stage ancestor with his cultivation at the golden elixir middle elixirling, with a whole realm gap. Moreover, the opponent was not an ordinary middle yuanying middle stage ancestor. Yu Shirling cultivated the Xianming art and mastered the Xianming true water. He was very strong, but after a hard fight, Shi Tianhao finally killed him. When the news of this battle spread, Shi Tianhao's reputation would shock the whole Tianyuan world, making him even more eye-catching than during the Desolate Sea Assembly. The world's estimation of the battle between him and Shi Tianyi in the future would be completely reversed. Even the dual-pupiled person, who had been famous for a long time, had not achieved a result like Shi Tianhao's today. Lin Feng looked at his disciple in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. "I saw it. Well done." He flicked his finger and released a purple gas that contained the lunar true water, which enveloped Shi Tianhao's seriously injured and fragile body. Lin Feng found Yang Qing from the Wasteland Sea Assembly, handing him the small world that enveloped Xiao Badian. "Bring him back to your cave residence, prepare enough lunar true water, and then soak your junior brother's entire body in it. Master will go set up a formation later." "Yes, Master." Yang Qing carefully took the small world and looked at the little guy, Shi Tianhao, who was like a porcelain doll that was almost broken. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart and quickly returned to his nirvana paradise. After sending off Shi Tianhao, Lin Feng looked at the yin-yang life and death formation again. There, Zhu Yi was also fighting with the middle stage yuanying cultivator of the Wind God sect. Both sides were locked in a battle. However, the yuanying ancestor of the Wind God sect was obviously uneasy, because Kong Nanhua was silently standing at the side, supporting Zhu Yi. Needless to say, he was currently trapped in the yin-yang life and death formation by Lin Feng. His life was uncertain, and his future was unpredictable. Under the heavy pressure, he couldn't help but have his hands and feet tied. On the other side, Wang Lin had entered the Yellow Springs death stage to fight another middle stage yuanying cultivator of the Wind God sect. Although Wang Lin had just successfully formed his core, his fighting strength was extremely fierce. His opponent was also not in a good state, and the Kuei Niu King was watching from the side. After Kong Nanhua and the Kuei Niu King received Lin Feng's voice transmission and learned that the situation was settled, they both had the same idea. They no longer fought, but instead supported Zhu Yi and Wang Lin, allowing them to fight with the yuanying stage opponent, accumulate experience, and sharpen their Dao skills and divine abilities. Previously, when the little guy, Shi Tianhao, fought with Yu Shirling, Miao Shihao handed the middle stage yuanying ancestor of the Yu family to Jieyu and Tunten. Silently, he did not interfere with the battle, but kept an eye on Shi Tianhao's condition, ready to rescue him at any time. But Shi Tianhao was so fierce that he almost perished together with his opponent to kill you, Shirling, which made Miao Shihao exclaim in admiration. Sect Master, I have to say that except for Yangqing, your disciples all have a frightening ruthlessness in their bones. Miao Shihao came out of the yin and yang life and death formation and came to Lin Feng's side, sighing, Little Tianhao is so fierce at such a young age. Even I, Brother Shihao, am surprised. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Shihao, you are wrong. Why do you say that? Miao Shihao was taken aback. Lin Feng said indifferently, Every disciple of mine has a ruthlessness in their bones. It's just that some people hide it more deeply, and it will not be easily aroused. They may not even show it for the rest of their lives, but it does exist, and they are more tyrannical and fierce than others. Hearing this, Miao Shihao turned his head and looked at Nirvana Cave thoughtfully. At this time, Lin Feng took out the Mirage Golden Bead and looked at it carefully. He immediately found that a considerable part of the milky white mist inside the bead had turned light gold. Let's not talk about whether this Mirage Golden Bead is the relic of the Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan, but it is definitely a treasure. Lin Feng thought, maybe Dao Master Tianfeng relied on this treasure to set up 2 9 Heavens Gale formations. Lin Feng guessed that this Mirage Golden Bead was likely to have the function of mirroring, imitating, or duplicating. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful 100% copy, which was exactly the same as the original, more real than the real thing. The demonic beast was born to develop the way of illusion to the extreme. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Mirage Golden Bead, which shook slightly, but did not respond to Lin Feng's command. Since it's called the Golden Pearl, it looks like completely turning gold is the true appearance of this treasure. Lin Feng looked at the milky white mist turning more and more into a pale gold within the pearl, already understanding in his heart. It seemed that the Mirage Golden Bead's duplication ability needed some time to recover after being used once, and then it could be used again. Dao Master Tianfeng must have used this bead to duplicate a 9 Heavens Gale formation. Unfortunately, Dao Master Tianfeng can only control one formation with all his strength. Otherwise, if he used 2 9 Heavens Gale formations at the same time, it would take me more effort to break through his mountain gate. Lin Feng played with the Mirage Golden Bead. When the mist inside the bead turns completely golden, I should be able to use it again, but I wonder if there is any limit to its duplication. Could it only duplicate lifeless things? Was there a limit to the power of duplication? Or was there a limit to the duration of duplication? Lin Feng was very interested in this, but he was more concerned about the news he got from Yan Mingwei, the relic of the Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan. Lin Feng slightly furrowed his brows. Great demons of the demon race who have cultivated an indestructible demon soul are respectfully called great sages, just like how human cultivators who have cultivated to the primordial spirit are called Dao sovereigns. In addition to some ancient great saints who lived in seclusion, the top 10 of the more active grand demons were collectively called the 10 saints of the demon clan. The enchantress was almost recognized as the first among the 10 saints, but she was not as prestigious as the Saint Emperor at the moment. The Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan was above thousands of Demon Clan. He was the sovereign of infinite wasteland and could make every Demon Clan who worshipped the strong submit to him. He was the supreme emperor among the great saints. Thousands of years ago, the previous Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan had fallen in the war between the Human Clan and the Demon Clan. The Human Clan had sacrificed countless primordial soul realm cultivators to kill him, and thus obtained the final victory in the war. However, the huge price they had paid made it impossible for the Human Clan to expand their victory. In the end, it was only a Pyrrhic victory. Since then, infinite wasteland and the Demon Clan fell into the Warring States era, and there was no new Saint Emperor. The Enchantress was currently the most likely Grand Demon to become the new Saint Emperor, but she still had a long way to go. Even such a Grand Demon was unwilling to be subordinate to humans, so how could the Golden Crow Great Saint not have any thoughts about the position of Saint Emperor? That was why the old bird was so stubborn after hearing about the heavenly scarlet golden bead. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then put the heavenly scarlet golden bead away. Taishu Temple is probably the human force that pays the most attention to the situation in the demon clan. They have long received news about the heavenly scarlet golden bead, but they have not taken any action. They probably don't think the rumors are true. But who can say for sure about such things? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. It has been delayed long enough. At his command, Kang Nanhua and the others who were holding the line for Zhu Yi and the others immediately joined the battle. The other side was instantly defeated and was utterly defeated. Lin Feng activated the Yin-Yang Life and Death formation and sent the 3 captured mid-stage Yuanian cultivators to accompany Yu Ilwan and the other 2 late-stage Yuanian cultivators. The 3 late-stage Yuanian cultivators had already been suppressed by Lin Feng. Putting away the Yin-Yang Life and Death formation, Lin Feng smiled at his disciples. Let's go. Yujing Mountain once again entered the void and disappeared. At this point, the great battle caused by the Wind God sect and the Yu clan finally came to an end. The patriarch of the Yu clan, Lord Xianming Yuxintao, fled in defeat. The Yu clan had 1 late-stage Yuanian ancestor and 2 mid-stage Yuanian ancestor dead. The Golden Elixir Period Foundation establishment cultivators were also killed. The entire Wind God sect, including the sect master Lord Tianfeng, was wiped out. The primordial soul realm expert, Lord Tianfeng, was killed on the spot by Lin Feng. One of the 10 sages of the demon clan, the Golden Crow Sage, who invaded the divine land during the chaos, also died in the Kunlun mountain range and was suppressed by Lin Feng. A few days later, the news spread throughout the Kunlun mountain range. All the cultivators and sects in the mountain knew that the Kunlun mountain range had entered the era of Xianmen Tianzong. Xianmen Tianzong had officially established its position as the overlord of the Kunlun mountain range, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. Silently, Chao Wei stood at the peak of the snow-capped mountain in the northern ice field, looking in the southwest direction and remaining silent for a long time. After a while, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the holy land of the Heaven Pool sect. There were 2 powerful wills there. Chapter 393. Within the sacred ground of Snow Mountain Heavenly Lake sect, it was a world completely formed by ice and fire. Half was ice and half was fire. The 2 sides were clearly separated. There was no conflict between them, but they were definitely not compatible. Silently, Chao Wei stood in this world of ice and fire. The 2 extremely powerful intents in the air were also silent. After a long while, a voice came from the world of fire. It's fine. If this person comes, we will come out. Chao Wei nodded and didn't say anything, although in his heart, if Yujing Mountain really fell, the 2 elders coming out might not be able to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. At this moment, another old voice came from the world of ice, put aside the matter of the Void Mountain River Cauldron and the Bronze Void Cauldron for now. Only after the 2 of us officially come out can we take the initiative to attack. Before that, don't act rashly. Chao Wei's expression was indifferent. He still nodded and didn't say anything. The voice in the world of fire said, since the Bronze Void Cauldron is with that kid called Shi Tianhao, you can keep an eye on him. When the time comes, he will definitely go to the Qin dynasty's Shi family to take revenge. When the time comes, various forces will be involved. You can consider and wait for an opportunity to act. Chao Wei said, Uncle Hua's thoughts coincide with mine. I am prepared to find an opportunity at that time. The two of you have been in seclusion for 1,000 years and have reached the most critical moment. If it wasn't for the sect facing a great calamity, I really don't want the two of you to come out without doing your best. Elder Hua of the Heavenly Lake Sect's Ice and Fire Elders snorted. How can the two of us be willing to waste all our efforts? Elder Ice said slowly, the Void Mountain River Cauldron is very important, but the time is getting shorter and shorter. If it really comes to it, we can only come out early. Chao Wei nodded. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, two Uncle Masters. After leaving the sect's sacred ground, Chao Wei returned to the peak of the snow mountain and looked towards the southwest. After a long while, he sighed heavily. He felt his heart was heavy. At the Desolate Sea Assembly, I was a bit rash. Southeast of the Qin dynasty, on the Yunqing peak of the Celeritas sword sect, a few people stood by the cliff and looked towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. The person at the front, who looked like a middle-aged scholar, was precisely the Celeritas sword sect middle stage, nascent soul stage, cultivator Ziyun ancestor. At this moment his expression was somewhat strange. There was vexation, rejoicing, and also lingering fear, but even more so bitterness. The people behind him were all Celerita's sword sect's Yuanying stage ancestors, Qixia ancestor, and Qingwei ancestor were also among them. No one laughed at ancestor Ziyun ancestor dejected expression, because they all looked the same. Ancestor Qixia shook his head with a bitter smile. Fortunately, when the celestial sect of Xian men visited that day, they didn't really do anything to force us to stay. Otherwise, this female ancestor shook her head, unable to continue speaking. The other nascent soul stage ancestors of the Celeritas sword sect all nodded with sorrow in their hearts. Before, Xiao Yan came to fulfill his promise to fight with Murong Yanran 3 years ago. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strength in the great battle outside of the Sandbank City, ancestor Qingwei, who was still Murong Yanran's grandmaster at that time, immediately knew that if they really fought, Murong Yanran was not Xiao Yan's match at all. At that time, the Celeritas sword sect had thought about using force to suppress people, but in the end, because of their scruples about the relationship between Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong, they gave up their original plan. Looking at it now, everyone felt a burst of fear and rejoice. Luckily, they were willing to bet, and they were willing to lose. Otherwise, the result would really be worrying. Although no one said it directly, Ziyun ancestor, and the others all knew that the Celeritas sword sect's strength was about the same as the wind god sect's. The descendants of the Celeritas sword sect were all sword cultivators. They were good at killing, and their swordsmanship was profound. The wind god sect cultivators cultivated the wind god formless art and could refine the 9-heaven formless astral wind. Their strength could not be underestimated. The sect gate formations of both sides, the cloudy sky flowing light sword formation, and the 9-heaven gale formation, the power was also basically on the same level. Then the problem was that Lin Feng could forcefully blast open the 9-heaven gale formation. Naturally, he could also use the same method to deal with the Celeritas sword sect. If they really had a great battle that day, the final result would most likely be the Celeritas sword sect suffering a big loss. Coming to this conclusion made Ziyun ancestor and the others feel a serious sense of defeat. On the top of the cloud-traversing peak, in an exquisite hall, Sword Venerable Flowing Light sat cross-legged silently. But his gaze was also looking in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. In the eyes of this great sword cultivator, light constantly lit up, then gradually extinguished, then lit up again, repeating endlessly. Thunder Mountain Range, Zixiao Peak. This was the location of the Zixiao Path. The top of the mountain was shrouded in thick thunderclouds that did not disperse for 10,000 years. The sun could not be seen all year round. Only lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, rising and falling in the thick dark clouds. The disciples of the Zixiao path were already used to this scene. On the other hand, the young disciples who had just entered the sect were rather not used to it. On one hand, they felt gloomy and oppressive. On the other hand, they feared that heavenly lightning would suddenly strike down and land on their bodies. The result of the great battle in Kunlun Mountain had already spread throughout the world. The Zixiao path also received the news. A woman stood in front of a cave abode on Zixiao Peak, looking in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. She laughed and shook her head. I really didn't expect that little guy to actually have such powerful strength, killing a Yuanying intermediate stage with golden elixir intermediate stage. It can practically be said to be unprecedented, right? A young man behind her smiled and said, I don't dare say that it absolutely hasn't happened, but at least I can't think of anyone else who has done it in the short term. The man smiled, revealing the dimples on his cheeks. He was precisely the Zixiao Path disciple Gu Lei, who participated in the Desolate Sea spell assembly back then. The woman was naturally Gu Lei's junior sister, Li Kueyin. She shook her head and sighed. When I saw his battle with Zhu Yi at the spell assembly, I knew that he was very strong, terrifyingly strong. But I really didn't expect that he would be so strong. In the hall of the Heavenly Thunder Palace on the top of Zixiao Peak, Tao Master Lan Ting also shook his head and sighed. Tianfeng and Xianming suffered losses, but it's not a big deal. Even the old Golden Crow was suppressed, and the Gate of Divine, Wind Mountain, was blasted open. This is really unexpected. Opposite him sat a tall middle-aged man. He looked ordinary, but he revealed an aura that was even more terrifying than Tao Master Lan Ting's. This middle-aged man looked like a gloomy thundercloud. Hidden in his dull appearance was an incomparably violent power. This person was the current sect master of Zixiao Path, Tao Master Lei Yun. After listening to Tao Master Lan Ting's words, Tao Master Lei Yun nodded slowly and said, Senior brother is right. His accent was extremely strange. Every word he spat out was like a muffled thunder exploding in the air. As Tao Master Lan Ting said, compared to Yu Xintao's defeat and Tao Master Tianfeng's death, they were more concerned about the fact that Tao Master Tianfeng was guarding the Divine Wind Mountain's 9 heavens astral wind formation. It was not the first time that the Golden Crow Great Sage broke into the Divine Land. Every time, he would escape unscathed. Many times, he even caused the human clan cultivation world a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, he was directly defeated this time. Although Tao Master Lan Ting was Tao Master Lei Yun's senior brother, he was very respectful to his junior brother. Sect Master, what should we do next? Slowly, Tao Master Lei Yun said, It seems that I have to trouble senior brother to go to Kunlun. Tao Master Lan Ting hesitated for a moment. Senior brother, Xianmen Tianzong has made many enemies. It's okay for us to be on good terms with him, but if we get too close, most of the time, it is not so clear between friends and enemies. Tao Master Lei Yun said, I got the news that Sword Master Li Meng of Mount Shu Sword Sect was going to take action this time, but was stopped by Taishu Temple. Tao Master Lan Ting's face showed a thoughtful expression. Is Taishu Temple going to adjust its layout? Tao Master Lei Yun did not explain too much. Since the destruction of the Great Lane Temple, Taishu Temple has been adjusting, but today the time is finally ripe. Tao Master Lan Ting said, In that case, I will go to Kunlun Mountain. Tao Master Lei Yun nodded. Thank you, senior brother. In the study of the Prime Minister's mansion in the north of the Great Qin dynasty, a middle-aged scholar in his 30s sat silently in a rattan chair. He was dressed in cotton clothes and looked simple and elegant. His face was elegant, and his eyes were deep, like the sea, but also bottomless and unpredictable. This seemingly ordinary scholar was the prime minister of the great Qin dynasty, Wu Qingru, who many people were afraid of. At this moment, his fingers gently tapped on the desk in front of him. Thinking silently, a young man stood beside Wu Qingru, silently said, "Xianmen Tianzong, let go of the Yu family," and chose the Wind God sect. As expected, Wu Qingru stopped tapping on the desk and chuckled. "If it were me, I would also let go of Yu Xintao and leave him to the great Qin dynasty to deal with. I will deal with the Wind God sect first. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on the side of my bed? After getting rid of the Wind God sect, Xianmen Tianzong can dominate the Kunlun mountain range, and its influence and power will be greatly improved. Not only will it double, but it will triple or even more." Wu Qingru said silently, completely integrating an area without any resistance or hindrance will be of great benefit to Xianmen Tianzong. From a certain point of view, this is the same logic as the great Qin dynasty cleaning up the aristocratic families. They are both removing the internal hidden dangers first. The young man said, "It has already been a few days. The master of Xianmen sect has not gathered the Kunlun mountain range, especially the sects in the southern area of the Kunlun mountain range." Wu Qingru smiled. "There is no need for that. After the destruction of the Wind God sect, the Kunlun mountain range doesn't even have an opponent on the surface, let alone a force that can actually fight against Xianmen Tianzong. Xianmen Tianzong is already the de facto leader of the Kunlun mountain range. At this time, we just need to let nature take its course. The small and medium-sized forces in the Kunlun mountain range will automatically draw close to Xianmen Tianzong. If we hold some kind of formal alliance, it will be disadvantageous and lose to arrogance. If the master of Xianmen sect really does that, in my eyes, he is no longer a threat." He sighed, "But now it seems that the master of Xianmen sect is not simple." The young man asked, "Then according to eldest senior brother, we can start the second step of the plan?" Wu Qingru nodded. "It is time." The capital of the great Zhou dynasty, within the Tianjin imperial palace, Zhou Di Liang sat cross-legged on the dragon throne in deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at the marquis of Xuanji Zhu Hangu, Yan Mingyue, and Mei Wulong in front of him. "Next, it is Hangu. Your son Zhu Yi is going to return to my great Zhou to take the exam." Chapter 394. Zhou Di Liang sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, silently looking at Zhu Hangu, Yan Mingyue, and Mei Wulong below. "Wulong, I'll leave this matter to you." Hearing this, Mei Wulong immediately bowed. "As you command." Liang Pan then looked at the Marquis of Xuanji Zhu Hangu, slowly saying, "The Qin dynasty will soon be in turmoil. Our Zhou dynasty cannot stay out of it. But I think that many people do not wish for us to interfere. Perhaps they will make some moves beforehand. I'll leave this to you, Hangu." Zhu Hangu bowed. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Some underhanded tricks cannot be shown in public." Yan Mingyue suddenly said from the side, "The fourth prince is currently on an imperial edict, heading far away to Shushan. The Zhou dynasty cannot help." Liang Pan smiled, faintly. "Don't worry, Fairy Yen. We already have a plan in mind." Yan Mingyue's gaze flashed, nodding without saying anything. But in reality, her heart was filled with suspicion. If something happens to the fourth prince Lianggan in Shushan, there will definitely be a conflict between the Zhou dynasty and Shushan. Liang Pan and Zhu Hangu cannot have thought of this. Her gaze shifted between Liang Pan and Zhu Hangu. Seeing that both of them were calm and indifferent, she suppressed the suspicions in her heart. Zhu Hongwu looked towards Yan Mingyue at this time, asking, "Is Taishu Temple sure to change its previous arrangement?" Yan Mingyue brushed her hair behind her ear, smiling. The Zhou dynasty's recent momentum is too ferocious, and even though Xianmen Tianzong's rise is unexpected, it has indeed given Taishu Temple another choice. Zhu Hongwu nodded, calmly saying, "It's futile. My Majesty's rule over the world is the will of the heavens. It cannot be stopped." Yan Mingyue smiled, not making any response. She looked into the air, a bit spellbound. Is this eldest senior brother's doing? Such great boldness. But whether or not it can reach the desired result will depend on everyone's own abilities. I can roughly understand the situation of the Zhou dynasty at any time. But Xianmen Tianzong might bring us a pleasant surprise. Eldest senior brother, you won't make the same mistake as junior brother Pang, right? Just as Wu Qingru had said, after the Battle of Kunlun Mountain, Lin Feng did not deliberately show his presence and dominance in the Kunlun Mountain range. The Wind God sect was annihilated without any room to fight back. The mountain range within thousands of miles of the divine Wind Mountain ruins was destroyed and turned into a wasteland. All of these had declared to the entire Kunlun Mountain range that Xianmen Tianzong was the overlord. Xianmen Tianzong was as mysterious and unfathomable as ever. Yujing Mountain was hidden in the void, untraceable and lofty. Batch after batch of Kunlun Mountain's local small and medium-sized forces headed to Sand Continent City, hoping to pay a visit to Xianmen Tianzong, especially hoping to see the master of the celestial sect of wonders, Lin Feng. Among them, the majority were forces from the southern foothills of Kunlun Mountain. Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao, who often traveled between Sand Continent City and Jade Capital Mountain, became the targets of these people. However, there were also some forces in the southern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, especially the forces at the edge of the mountain range, who were secretly contacting other forces that were close to them. In this regard, Lin Feng did not mind and did not stop them. Kunlun Mountain itself was not very rich in cultivation resources. Otherwise, for thousands of years, there would not have been any particularly large sects that had taken root here and established their own sections. At this time, the infiltration of external forces to a greater extent was not to compete for the territory and resources of Kunlun Mountain, but a preventive measure against Xianmen Tianzong. However, at this moment, more than 90% of the cultivation forces in Kunlun Mountain had expressed their allegiance to Xianmen Tianzong. Lin Feng was now not only in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, but also in the southern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, where there was originally no foundation. Lin Feng's personal reputation and the overall reputation of the sect had soared to 85 points and 80 points, respectively. The increase was extremely violent. After this battle, the most notable feature was that Lin Feng discovered that his reputation in the entire world, as well as the reputation of the celestial sect of wonders as a whole, had increased tremendously. Although there was still a long way to go before reaching 80, this change was extremely gratifying. In the past, whether it was the opening ceremony outside Sand Continent City, accompanying Xiaoyan to Cloud Traversing Peak for the appointment, or leading a team to participate in the Desolate Sea Assembly, the increase of reputation was regional. In other words, only one or a few regions had a significant increase in reputation. Although his reputation in the whole world had also increased, the rate of increase was extremely slow. After this battle, Lin Feng's personal reputation and the overall reputation of the sect in various regions of the divine land of the Great Heaven primordial world had a relatively large increase. In addition to destroying the Wind God sect, the Old Gold Crow should also be an important point. Lin Feng was well aware of this and was in a good mood. According to this development, the hope of completing the main mission is still very high. of course, it was also very difficult. As the rise of Xianmen Tianzong became more and more powerful, there would naturally be more and more other forces who were vigilant and dissatisfied with Xianmen Tianzong or even hostile towards them. The reason was the same as the Wind God sect. The cake was only so big. Seeing a person who suddenly broke in to share the cake getting stronger and stronger and taking more and more of the cake, others would definitely feel dissatisfied. Lin Feng's personal reputation and the overall reputation of Xianmen Tianzong had been increasing so far. However, Lin Feng believed that the reputation would not only increase but not decrease. Once he and the sect encountered a setback, the reputation value was very likely to decrease, which would be very troublesome. Therefore, after this battle, although Lin Feng had won a great victory, he would be prepared for danger in times of peace, and further work hard to improve his strength. Digesting the results of the battle was the most effective way to improve his strength. The little Shi Tianhao was still recuperating. So Lin Feng handed the captured King Philian to the Kuei Niu king to discipline. In the future, they would be sent to the desolate sky valley of the Little One, where the power of the wind and thunder transformation talisman array could be maximized. After returning to the mountain, Lin Feng immediately went to Yangqing's Nirvana cave. He opened up a pool there and filled it with flowing lunar true water. He also set up a formation that would help the lunar true water unleash its power. Then, he put the injured Shi Tianhao in. The little guy would have to recuperate here for a very long period of time. After Lin Feng left, Yang Qing took care of this heavily injured junior apprentice brother with all his heart. Besides Yu Shiling, who was killed on the spot by Shi Tianhao, the other Yuanying stage cultivators of the Wind God sect, and the Yu clan were captured. The Yuanying stage magic tools that were not damaged were rewarded by Lin Feng to Kang Nanhua, Miao Shihao, the Kuei Niu king, Jieyu, and Tunten. Whether it was the Yuanying stage magic tools of the Wind God sect or the Yuanying stage magic tools of the Yu clan, they were all very precious. In a sense, their value surpassed that of ordinary Yuanying stage magic tools. The former was refined using the Wind God formless technique to draw the 9 heavens formless astral wind, while the latter was refined using the mysterious nether technique and mysterious nether true water. When Kang Nanhua, Miao Shihao, and the others refined their magic tools, they not only had an additional method to defend against the enemy, but also could study the concept of power within. Although they could not control the 9 heavens formless astral wind and mysterious nether true water, both their cultivation of Taoism and fighting strength had been greatly improved. For Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing, the most valuable harvest was to digest all kinds of gains from this battle as soon as possible. As for the magic tools below the Yuanying stage, Lin Feng filled his small treasury, which could be used to reward younger disciples in the future. What made Lin Feng feel regretful was that although he had defeated Tao Master Tianfeng, the most important treasure of the Wind God sect, the Tianfeng treasure fan, had been greatly damaged. The magic treasure had been closely integrated with Tao Master Tianfeng's own primordial spirit incarnation. When Tao Master Tianfeng was killed by Yujing Mountain, the Tianfeng treasure fan also suffered. The Tianfeng treasure fan was directly smashed by Yujing Mountain. Lin Feng could only collect all the fragments. It was not difficult to put it back together, but the problem was that the magic treasure's primordial spirit had the same fate as Tao Master Tianfeng. Even if the broken fan was put back together, its pneuma had been damaged. It was impossible for it to generate its own spiritual consciousness. He could only wait for Lin Feng to reach the primordial spirit realm, repair it with other treasures, and then refine it again. Maybe it would be possible to make this magic treasure shine again. The good news was that the formation map of the 9 heavens astral wind formation was still intact. Although it was damaged, it could soon be used again if it could be repaired. But Lin Feng had more important things to do at the moment. Sitting cross-legged on the trunk of the mysterious sky treasure tree, in front of Lin Feng, there were 6 clouds of purple chi floating in the air, forming 6 small worlds. There was a silhouette imprisoned in each of the minor worlds. Upon closer inspection, 3 of them were enormous giants. One had only one eye and one arm, and his eyes emitted an icy blue light. The other 2 were bird-headed and human-bodied, with wings on their backs. When they flapped, strong winds blew. These were the Dharma Laxoth, the Yu family's late-stage Yuanying ancestor, Yu Ilwan, and the 2-wind god Sek's late-stage Yuanying ancestor. In the other 3 small worlds, there were 3 light shadows that looked like 12 or 13 years old imprisoned. They were the Yuanying ancestor of Yu Ilwan, and the other 2 Yuanying ancestor. When the 3 late-stage Yuanying ancestors were involved in the yin and yang life and death formation, they struggled violently. After Lin Feng also imprisoned Lord Xianming Yu Xintao in order to use the yin and yang life and death formation to deal with Yu Xintao, Lin Feng had to deal with the 3 troublemakers first. Under the bombardment of the formation, the 3 bodies were destroyed, leaving only the Yuanying ancestor and the Dharma Laxoth. Under the attack of the power of the magic formation, the spiritual consciousness of the 3 nascent souls was gradually worn out, leaving only the most primitive, the most ancient ignorance, the true ignorance, the inability, and the thoughtless, just like a newborn baby. At this point, they could no longer cause trouble for Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng sealed their Yuanying ancestors and Dharma Laxoth separately. Lin Feng stared at the 6 small worlds in front of him and kept thinking. Gradually, he had a clear idea. Stretching out his finger, Lin Feng first touched Yu Ilwan's Yuanying. Then, Yu Ilwan's Yuanying ancestor turned into a white light and rushed into another small world. There was Yu Ilwan's own Dharma Laxoth, the one-eyed and one-armed giant. The Yuanying ancestor merged with the Dharma Laxoth, the heavens and earth. Suddenly, it was as if the soul had a body. Yu Ilwan's Dharma Laxoth, the heavens and earth began to shake violently. Chapter 395. Although the small world formed from the purple chi floating in front of Lin Feng was only the size of a fist, and the scene inside seemed very microscopic, there was another world within. At this moment, in the small world, the worldly avatar of the Yu family's late Yuanying patriarch, Yu Ilwan, stood upright between heaven and earth. It was dozens of feet tall and stood on the ground. It only had a single arm and a single eye on its face. The single eye shot out an icy blue beam of light. Everywhere it passed, even the scenery formed from the purple chi in the small world turned into ice crystals and then shattered. If not for the constant circulation of the power within the small world to dissolve and repair, the small world would have completely collapsed over time, turning into ice crystals and then into dust. This was the worldly avatar that had already lost its master's control and had become unconscious. If someone were to control it, its destructive power would be even greater. But now, after Lin Feng sent Yu Ilwan's Yuanying into the worldly avatar, a change immediately occurred. It was as if the spirit of a person who had left his body had finally returned to his physical body. Yuanying had a powerful sustenance, while the worldly avatar had a soul, thoughts, and a ruler. Lin Feng could even feel that because they came from the same source, when the 2 sides met and even created new sparks, it made the nascent soul that had originally fallen into an unconscious and thoughtless state gradually give birth to an independent consciousness again. Whether it was Yuanying or the worldly avatar, they were both the crystallization of Yu Ilwan's cultivation in the past. Naturally, they contained Yu Ilwan's own memory imprint. Now that the 2 were combined, the memory imprint was reactivated and was about to appear again. If that happened, Yu Ilwan would be resurrected. Almost at the first moment, Lin Feng vaguely felt a kind of resentment, fear, anger, and panic being born. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He extended a finger and tapped on the forehead of the one-eyed giant. With this tap, Yu Ilwan's self-consciousness that was in the process of reassembling was destroyed. Even the remaining memory imprint was completely erased. Thus, Yu Ilwan completely disappeared from the world. After the yuanying that originally belonged to Yu Ilwan fused with the universal laws, the violent tremors did not stop. On the contrary, they became even more intense. The Cyclops, which was hundreds of feet tall, was constantly collapsing and reforming. His body was gradually distorting and covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. An extremely powerful chill spread out from the body of the one-eyed giant. It was a chill that seemed to want to return the world to the Ice Age. It was very similar to Lord Xianming Yuxintao's mana aura, but it was not as powerful as Yuxintao's. It was not as agile as Yuxintao's mana aura, and it did not contain a mysterious great way like Yuxintao's. Lin Feng thought to himself, although I have not experienced it personally based on the experiences of the predecessors, I can roughly understand that the process of attaining the primordial soul realm is the process of mastering the dharma of heaven and earth in the later stages of yuanying. When the yuanying is strengthened to the extreme, it will become one with the dharma of heaven and earth, combining with the power of the laws of the Great Path. If it is successful, it can cultivate the primordial soul incarnation. At this moment, the Yu Ilwan I have has already cultivated the dharma of heaven and earth, but the yuanying has not reached its peak. Generally speaking, a nascent soul in its peak state would have the appearance of a cultivator when they were about 16 years old. Let's not talk about this for now. Lin Feng frowned. The problem is that the yuanying and the dharma of heaven and earth are only the basics. A cultivator needs to combine the power of the laws of the Great Path that he has comprehended himself to finally cultivate the primordial soul incarnation. This was a bigger problem. To comprehend the laws of the Great Path and the truth of the world, these things had to be comprehended by oneself. Not to mention that Lin Feng had not cultivated the primordial soul. Even if he had reached the primordial soul realm, he would not be able to forcefully raise the yuanying from the later stages to the primordial soul realm with a wave of his hand. If this could be done, the primordial soul realm cultivators in the Tianyuan Great World would have long been everywhere. Lin Feng sighed. It seems that I can only create a fake god or false god, but it's not bad. He flicked his fingers continuously, sending dermic powers into the small worlds in the heavens, constantly polishing the dharma of heaven and earth that looked like a one-eyed giant. The yuanying essence in the dharma of heaven and earth was like a cocoon that was extracted by Lin Feng, bit by bit before fusing with the body of the dharma of heaven and earth. The two sides fused closely before being transformed into a brand new state that had never been seen before. The appearance of the body was constantly changing. The entire body was crystallizing, and its color gradually changed from icy blue to black, emitting a dark and cold glow. The giant's legs, feet, and the single arm slowly disintegrated until they completely disappeared. In the end, the originally tall one-eyed giant had completely transformed into a huge ice soul with a radius of hundreds of feet. The ice soul was pure black. From its appearance, apart from its slightly smaller size, it looked exactly the same as Yu Xintao's primordial soul incarnation. However, the pressure brought by this black ice soul was completely incomparable to Yu Xintao's primordial soul incarnation. But in terms of pure power, it had already far surpassed the original late-stage yuanying patriarch Yu Ilwan himself. It had surpassed the peak that a yuanying stage could reach, and was infinitely close to the primordial soul stage. In terms of actual combat power, this black ice soul had all the dharma spells and techniques that Yu Ilwan knew. But because it did not have a consciousness, its transformation was stiff and rigid. But in terms of power, it was much stronger. Overall, its power was above that of Yu Ilwan himself. It was better than late-stage Yuanying, but not as good as a genuine primordial soul stage powerhouse. Of course, fake gods also had a major flaw, which was that their path of advancement was cut off, and they no longer had any hope of becoming a real primordial soul. Overall, Lin Feng was still satisfied. Not only had he obtained a fake god with extraordinary power, but he had also gained a lot from observing the transformation process of Yuanying's power after it merged with the heaven and earth Dharma form. In the future, when he tried to break through to the primordial soul stage, he would have more experience to refer to. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a relatively thick branch of the mysterious sky treasure tree was immediately cut off. Its size kept shrinking, and finally it turned into a straight long stick, like a flagpole. Lin Feng took a large amount of cyclic purple qi and turned it into a huge purple flag. Then he merged this flag with the flagpole that the mysterious sky treasure tree had transformed into, becoming a complete flag. The leaves on the mysterious sky treasure tree's branch also merged into the flag, causing the purple flag to emit a colorful glow. Then Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed. The huge black ice soul in the small world of heavens flew out, but before it could show its true size, it was swept up by the purple flag. Lin Feng inserted a few more Dharma power restrictions into it and continued to refine it. The black ice soul disappeared, and in its place, a black pattern appeared on the surface of the purple flag. Seeing that he had succeeded, Lin Feng raised the flag and waved it slightly. As the purple flag fluttered, a black light flashed and flew out. Then it turned into a huge black ice soul with a diameter of dozens of feet in the air. It emitted a cold air, and countless transparent ice crystals spread into the surroundings. Anything that came into contact with the ice crystals, even the invisible air, would be frozen. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had returned to the ice age of the everlasting night. Everything had withered, and the world was frozen. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He waved the flag again, and the black ice soul turned into a black light again and retracted. It's still very simple and sloppy. Lin Feng knew that the purple flag still needed a long time to refine, and the restrictions on it were few and simple. If he wanted this treasure to be truly perfected, there were many things that needed to be done, but it was all worth it. According to Lin Feng's expectations, after the flag was completely perfected, if a late-stage Yuanying cultivator was captured, even if the intelligence in the Yuanying divine soul or Dharma idol was not erased, he could still use this purple flag to control them. Right now, the purple flag could only contain one sealed body, the black ice soul. As the number of restrictions inside increased and became more complete, more and more spirit bodies could be sealed inside. When it accumulated to a certain extent with a wave of the flag, a few, a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of late-stage Yuanying cultivators and even fake divinity-level spirit bodies would rush out and pounce on the enemy. And this was just the beginning. If Lin Feng himself reached the primordial soul realm, he could refine this treasure into a treasure, and even a primordial soul incarnation could be imprisoned. However, at that time, he would definitely need more materials to strengthen and refine this flag. At the same time, the restrictions and array formations set up inside would naturally need to be improved, and supplemented. This would require Lin Feng to constantly analyze and study. As Lin Feng was pondering, Wang Lin came to visit. After meeting, Wang Lin quickly explained his purpose of visit. The young man wanted to go home to visit his family. "My disciple, your cultivation is gradually on the right track. I want to go back to see my parents," Wang Lin said with a nostalgic look in his eyes. According to the real world's time, Wang Lin had only been away from home for a little more than 2 years. But for Wang Lin, who had been cultivating in the mysterious heaven-time-space grotto heaven for many years, he had been away from home for far too long. The more time passed, the more Wang Lin missed his parents. He even remembered clearly what his parents had said when he had just entered the Hengyu sect and left home, as if everything had happened just yesterday. "Son, if it's really too hard, then come home. It's fine if we don't become immortals. Our family can live peacefully." "What nonsense are you talking about? Our son will definitely become an immortal. How can I not know that I gave birth to him? I don't care if he's an immortal or not. I just want my son to be successful in this life and live happily. That's more important than anything else. Becoming an immortal is the most promising thing. Son, it's about time. Remember to come back. Mother will introduce you to a wife. You're short-sighted again. If our son becomes an immortal, then the wife he finds will definitely not be ordinary. When the time comes, bring back an immortal wife for us." Then how would I dare to drink tea from someone else? It seemed like a long-winded chatter, but every time Wang Lin thought about it, he felt warmth in his heart. His concern for his parents was also one of the greatest motivations for him to work hard at cultivating. Thinking about how he had only entered the Hengyu sect because he had committed suicide, and how his parents had been criticized behind their backs, Wang Lin couldn't help but want to immediately go back and tell his parents that their son had not disappointed them. Their son had become successful. Wang Lin, who was currently in the golden elixir period, was already in absolute existence like an immortal to ordinary people. In front of Lin Feng, Wang Lin did not hide his truest thoughts, and Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Wang Lin, who had always been silent and cold. Wang Lin suddenly became a chatterbox, constantly recalling the trivial matters of the past. Chapter 396. Lin Feng listened to Wang Lin's nagging, but he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he smiled. In the end, Wang Lin came back to his senses and looked at his master with some embarrassment. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Everything else is fine, but I don't have a wife yet. I'm really sorry to your parents." Wang Lin was speechless. After a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "When I go back, I'm going to be nagged by my mother." It looked like he was smiling bitterly, but his heart was full of warmth. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Okay, go. Be careful on the road." Wang Lin bowed. "Yes, master. Disciple will go now. Master, take care." He returned to his mortal forest residence. It was still a simple wooden house, but there was an extra room in the small courtyard. Wang Lin's personal disciple, Li Xingfei, lived there. Li Xingfei was meditating in the open space in front of the house. When she saw Wang Lin, she quickly stood up and bowed. "Disciple greets master." Wang Lin's mood had calmed down. His expression was indifferent, but he didn't seem cold to his disciple. Li Xingfei was still in the qi refinement stage. The Tao she practiced was Zhu Yi's 8 trigrams Taoist canon. When she reached foundation establishment, it would be upgraded to Wang Lin's myriad heavens Tao scripture. After Wang Lin assigned homework to Li Xingfei, he gave her a jade slip and said, "Master will be away from the mountain for a while. During this time, you can focus on your cultivation. Master has left the detailed explanation of Tao in this jade slip. If there's anything you don't understand, you can go to the Qian Tian Palace to find your second martial uncle. He will explain it to you. I've already told him." Li Xingfei looked at Wang Lin. After a moment of hesitation, she asked softly, "Can this disciple accompany master?" Her voice grew softer and softer as she looked at Wang Lin anxiously. Wang Lin did not mind. He just shook his head and said, "There's no need for you to accompany us. Just stay on the mountain and cultivate in peace." The spiritual energy on Jade Capital Mountain is much denser than the outside world. Cultivating here will yield twice the results with half the effort. Li Xingfei nodded. Disciple will obey master's order. Wang Lin's figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. After bidding farewell to his senior and junior brothers, he left Yujing Mountain through Lin Feng's talisman. Then, with a flip of his palm, a white elephant seal appeared in his palm. The cloud elephant seal turned into a ball of white light and flashed twice in the air. A white elephant the size of a small mountain walked out of it. Wang Lin sat on the head of the elephant. The white elephant let out a long trumpet and took a step forward. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, a crack suddenly appeared in the space. The white elephant carried Wang Lin into the crack and disappeared in an instant. After watching Wang Lin leave the mountain, Lin Feng sat down on the branch of the mysterious heaven treasure tree again and began to refine the purple flag. He also merged the Yuanying souls of the two late-stage Yuanying cultivators from the Wind God sect with the Dharma of heaven and earth and refined them into fake gods. Lin Feng continued to strengthen and improve the purple flag and sealed the fake gods into it. Refining artifacts was an extremely long process. Many cultivators below the primordial soul stage had to spend a lot of time and effort to refine artifacts, let alone Dharma treasures for primordial soul cultivators. Lin Feng had rare treasures like the mysterious heaven treasure tree and the cyclic purple chi. In addition to his own profound Dharma techniques, he had always been able to save time and effort in refining artifacts. This time, he spent a lot of time refining the purple flag. He used several months to refine this treasure. On one hand, it was to build a foundation for the future improvement of the treasure. On the other hand, it was also because of Lin Feng's own whims. During the refining process, he kept bursting with inspiration. Then, he put these wonderful ideas into practice, experimenting and improving on the purple flag. During this process, Lin Feng was actually accumulating the Dharma techniques he had cultivated in the past. Many refining methods were refined because of this. In fact, it was also an extension of Lin Feng's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth and the divergence of his thinking in the Dharma techniques cultivation. Many people were amazed by the pair of sworn brothers, Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi. At such a young age, their cultivation was so high and they were extremely demonic. But if we really had to talk about it, counting from when Lin Feng first came to this world, counting from when he started cultivating Tao techniques, it has only been a dozen or so years. In these dozen or so years, he has already walked all the way to the middle stage of nascent soul. His improvement speed can be said to be shocking. In this, the system helped a lot. But even so, the speed of improvement of Lin Feng's Dharma techniques was also extremely terrifying. With such rapid improvement, even though Lin Feng's foundation is solid, there are still many details that he didn't have time to savor. During these few months of refining the purple flag, Lin Feng was carefully combing through the bits and pieces of his Tao technique. It should be said that the gains were quite considerable. After this sorting, Lin Feng's future path of cultivation would be even smoother and smoother. After a few months, Lin Feng also received many lucky draw chances, but he did not use any of them and saved them all. After a period of time, when he was fully prepared, he wanted to make a big bet. During this time, apart from refining the purple flag, Lin Feng also took some time to study the Sky Mirage Golden Bead. At least for now, he could not find any connection between this item and the legendary Saint Emperor of the monster race. However, Lin Feng had almost figured out the function of this artifact, but there were still some things that he needed to verify. Not only can it clone inanimate objects, but it can also clone living things. Lin Feng held the Sky Mirage Golden Bead in his hand. He had used the Sky Mirage Golden Bead to clone himself before, but the Sky Mirage Golden Bead turned into a clone that was identical to Lin Feng. The clone also had its own consciousness, but it did not have its own consciousness. Instead, it shared the same consciousness with Lin Feng's main body. It was similar to the Divine Battle clone and the Iron Tree clone, but its ability was completely identical to the main body. From appearance to ability, it was exactly the same. It could be said that apart from Lin Feng himself, no one could tell which was the clone and which was the main body. Lin Feng thought Dao Master Tianfeng used this artifact to clone the Nine Heavens Gale formation, so the artifact can't be used for a short time. Otherwise, he could have used it to clone himself. If he escaped in two different directions, it would be impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake one, Golden Crow Great Saint, and I could only chase him separately. The duration of the clone depended on the strength of the clone. The duration was inversely proportional to the strength of the clone. The stronger the clone, the shorter the duration. After each use, the clone would return to the appearance of the Sky Mirage Golden Bead. The mist inside the bead was completely milky white, and it would take 7 days to recover. When it recovered to its peak state, the mist inside the bead would all turn golden. The Sky Mirage Golden Bead's duplication ability was limited. At least, it could not duplicate Yujing Mountain, the mysterious Sky Treasure Tree, or the Yin and Yang Life and Death formation. At the moment, due to the lack of materials, the Yin and Yang Life and Death formation had not shown its full strength. But obviously, the level of its formation was very high, so powerful that the Sky Mirage Golden Bead could only look back. The Flame Dragon Heavenly Armor, the Fake God refined by Lin Feng, and the life-sealing stone of the magic treasure embryo could be duplicated. The giant sword box in the mysterious Sky Time Cave could not be duplicated, and the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Saint suppressed by the giant sword could not be duplicated. The last point was a major discovery, and it allowed Lin Feng to gradually understand the upper limit of the Sky Mirage Golden Bead's current ability. The old Golden Crow was seriously injured. Although a skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and even the remnant soul was stronger than a demon king, it was definitely weaker than a great saint who had cultivated an immortal demon soul. In terms of strength, it was roughly the same as the fake god, and weaker than the Flame Dragon Heavenly Armor. However, the fake god and the Flame Dragon Heavenly Armor could be duplicated, but the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Saint could not be duplicated. Lin Feng guessed that the upper limit of the Sky Mirage Golden Bead's duplication ability was likely to stop at the first tier of the primordial divinity transformation realm. Beyond that, the Sky Mirage Golden Bead could not duplicate. The reason why the Nine Heavens Gale formation was so powerful was because of the special nature of the formation itself. It could only obtain the power by borrowing the natural power of heaven and earth. However, the level of the formation map itself was not as high as the Yin and Yang Life and Death formation and the Nine Luminaries Sky Shattering formation. Lin Feng placed the Sky Mirage Golden Bead in front of him and studied it for a moment. Well, even so, it is still a very good treasure. If used properly, it might be more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. On the other hand, the legend of the demon race's Saint Emperor's legacy cannot be verified. I can put it aside for now. After putting away the Sky Mirage Golden Bead, Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the branch of the treasure tree, stood up and looked into the distant void. Winter is about to pass. This spring, it will be time for Xiaoyi to participate in the imperial examination. The desolate Sky Valley, which had been quiet for half a year, had recently regained its liveliness. The little Shi Tianhao, who had been recuperating in the extreme Yin pool of the Nirvana Utopia, had finally recovered from his injuries not long ago. Although he was still a little weak there was a faint, dark green, luster-flowing undershirt Tianhao's skin. Previously, he had been soaking in the extreme Yin pool. Yang Qing, who was afraid that her little junior brother's injuries would leave behind any future problems, stayed by his side day and night, constantly urging the cyclic purple qi and extreme Yin true water to water Shi Tianhao's body. At this moment, after the baptism, Shi Tianhao's body even had a sign of benefiting from a disaster. When he finished refining the spiritual qi in his body, his physical strength and magic power would be a level higher than before he was injured. However, the little fellow was more concerned about whether the animals and plants he raised in the desolate Sky Valley had been harmed by Tunton. Fortunately, Lin Feng knew him too well. While he was recuperating, he had taken Tunton out of the desolate Sky Valley, causing the little Taotai to curse him for several months, while the little Shi Tianhao was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Seeing that the desolate Sky Valley had regained its vitality, Lin Feng smiled. He had already arrived outside Zhu Yi's Qiantian Hall. In the simple and dignified hall, there were several weak but vigorous magic power surging. Naturally, it was Zhu Yi's disciples who were cultivating. Zhu Yi himself was also in the Qiantian Hall. His expression was genial, but he was meticulous and strict in testing his disciples' cultivation. Sensing Lin Feng's summon, Zhu Yi walked out and bowed to Lin Feng. Disciple pays his respects to master. Lin Feng smiled. Winter passes, and spring comes. Xiaoyi, are you ready? Zhu Yi smiled faintly. Although I have been cultivating Tao techniques all these years, once I understand the great Tao of heaven and earth, I will understand all other techniques. I have never let go of the principles of a scholar. I have always been quietly waiting for this year's scholar selection. Chapter 397. Before Zhu Yi became Lin Feng's disciple, he studied hard himself and already obtained the title of scholar. This time he's going to take the exam again. He's going to participate in the Zhou dynasty's exam at the beginning of spring. If he passes, then he can obtain the title of scholar. If he didn't become Lin Feng's disciple, according to Zhu Yi's original life path, he would have studied 3 years ago. If he became a scholar, then he would be able to leave the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, move out, and have his own business. But right now those things naturally don't need to be mentioned, unless Lin Feng completely falls out with the Zhou dynasty. Otherwise, right now Zhu Yi can already come and go as he pleases in the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. He himself is already a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm. His actual battle prowess is even comparable to the Yuanying ancestor. This kind of strength already surpasses all of his father Zhu Hongwu's sons. The experts in the house of the Marquis, even the head steward Zhang, Hai may not be his opponent now. In the entire house of the Marquis of Xuanji, the only one who can beat Zhu Yi is his father, the Marquis of Xuanji. After the Desolate Sea assembly last year ended, the Zhou dynasty already sent people to prepare Zhu Yi's exam identity document and send it to Zhu Yi. Right now, he only needs to concentrate on the exam. After passing the exam at the beginning of spring, it will be the autumn exam in half a year. After passing the exam he can obtain the title of scholar. Zhu Yi's wish all this time will also be fulfilled. Actually, after studying under Lin Feng for so long and understanding a bit more about his mother in the past, whether or not he goes for the exam and the title of scholar for Zhu Yi, it already doesn't have much meaning. The reason Zhu Yi is participating in the exam this time is mostly to make his state of mind even more perfect. At his current level, the effect of simply sitting and cultivating is not obvious. Purely relying on grinding, it takes an extremely long time and gets half the result with twice the effort. In the process of Zhu Yi's cultivation, the principles of a scholar and the principles of a cultivator are fused together. This time's exam is a test of his knowledge, and at the same time it is also a sharpening of his cultivation. If everything went smoothly, then it was very likely that his Dao art realm would rise a level because of this. Lin Feng had always been happy to see his disciples take a different path in cultivation and walk a path that belonged to them. Right now, the relationship between Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Zhou dynasty was still in the honeymoon phase, and there were no major conflicts of interest. Therefore, Lin Feng did not intend to personally go to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, Tianjin City. Although he was very interested in visiting Zhou Emperor Liang Pan and Zhu Yi's father, the time was not ripe yet. Shi Tianhao, Tunten, Zhuge Fengling, and the rest had been silent for a long time. They wanted to follow Zhu Yi to Tianjin City. Zhu Yi glanced at them and said with a smile, "If you guys go, I'm worried that the entire Tianjin City will be destroyed, and there will be no peace." Second senior brother, you worry too much. Shi Tianhao looked at Zhu Yi and said with a smile, "I've been thinking, senior brother, that the articles you've been reading these days are probably the 8 trigrams Taoist canon of Yi's annotations and the 8 trigrams divine evolution golden chapter, right? Now that you've picked up your brush and started writing poems and scriptures again, I wonder if they're still effective?" Zhu Yi smiled. "They're at my fingertips." Shi Tianhao gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "When I was very young, I came to Tianjin City with my master once, but I didn't stay long before I left again. This time, I can take a good look at this majestic city." Tunten added, "The key is to look around and see if there's anything good to eat." Shi Tianhao rolled his eyes. "You only know how to eat all day. Can't you think of something else?" Tunten pointed at him and scolded, "Anyone can say that about me, but you can't." Shi Tianhao snorted, "Why can't I? I was a glutton in the past. I've grown up now, and I'm no longer the same as you." Beside him, Zhu Yi, Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, and the others all smiled. Shi Tianhao curled his lips and said, "Don't look at me like that. If you don't believe me, you can go and see the good things raised in the desolate Sky Valley. I only go there occasionally to satisfy my cravings." Tunten, who was about to explode, suddenly smiled and looked in the direction of the desolate Sky Valley. "Since that's the case, give me all those things. In your dreams." Shi Tianhao said unceremoniously, "I'd rather raise them and give birth." He grabbed Tunten and said resolutely, "I'm going to Tianjin City with second senior brother this time. You have to come too, or I'll have to trouble master to look after you again." Tunten waved its hands and feet and struggled. "I'm not going. I want to stay on the mountain." Everyone looked at the pair of clowns and shook their heads with a smile. Jun Xening sat on the side, holding her cheeks as she stared blankly into the distance. She turned her head to look at Shi Tianhao and Tunten, shaking her head and sighing. Shi Tianhao glanced at her. "Are you going?" Jun Xening thought for a moment and said reluctantly, "I heard that Tianjin City is pretty good. I've never been there." But without waiting for her to finish, the little Shi Tianhao nodded. "Okay, I understand. I won't bring you." Jun Xening's eyes widened as she looked at Shi Tianhao in disbelief. Shi Tianhao smiled, his face full of a matter-of-fact expression. Generally speaking, no matter how many things are said before, when the words but, comma, but, and but appear, it means that the meaning before is negated. Since you don't want to go, then don't go. Jun Xening was tongue-tied. Heaven was her witness. She just wanted to show a little bit of her girl's modesty. Looking at the little one who was snickering and the bitter Jun Xening, Yang Qing shook her head and smiled. Tianhao has always said that he has grown up, but now it seems Zhu Yi smiled. Little junior brother is only like this when he is with us. When he really goes out, he is indeed different from before. He said softly, "Are we the same?" It always feels much more relaxed when we are together. Yang Qing nodded in agreement. On the other side, Yu Hongyan was silent. She only came to see Zhu Yi off, not to go to Tianjin City. With the little one like Shi Tianhao, Lin Feng looked at her. After a moment of silence, Yu Hongyan said, "Disciple is afraid that I won't be able to control myself." It was not that Yu Hongyan had never set foot on the land of the great Zhou dynasty before. She had even entered Tianjin City, but at that time, she had a clear goal, and that was to kill. If she went with them this time, she definitely could not act rashly. The stifling feeling would make her extremely irritable. In particular, the national strength of the great Zhou dynasty was flourishing, and Tianjin City was the capital city. The living standards of the people should be relatively good, and the scene in the city was bustling. Under such circumstances, thinking of her own destroyed country, the contrast made it easier for Yu Hongyan to become angry. Lin Feng did not intend to force Yu Hongyan to go with them, although from a certain point of view, this was actually a kind of training for Yu Hongyan's mind. This kind of training was too inhumane. Whether you go or not, it's all up to you. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's also good to stay on the mountain and work hard on your cultivation. The stronger you are, the easier it will be to achieve the goal in your heart. Hongyan, you have a tough personality and are not afraid of death. The test of your state of mind when you form your gold core, the difficulty of life and death is not too difficult for you. As long as you have accumulated a lot of mana and cultivation, and your understanding of the mysteries of your body and spirit reaches a very detailed level, you can try to break through to the golden elixir realm." Yu Hongyan nodded her head forcefully. From the meaning revealed in Lin Feng's words, she could clearly feel that Lin Feng did not oppose her taking revenge. This was enough. The rest was just as Lin Feng said. The stronger you are, the easier it will be to achieve the goal in your heart. On the other side, after a period of laughter, the discussion was settled. In the end, besides Yu Hongyan and Xiao Yan, who stayed on the mountain for closed-door cultivation, Yang Qing also expressed that he did not want to leave the mountain. He was more willing to go to the Medicine Valley to take care of various spirit medicines and flowers. Therefore, Zhu Yi transferred his disciples and Li Xingfei, whom Wang Lin had entrusted to him, to Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing for the time being. Shi Tianhao, Tunten, Zhuge Fengling, and Jun Zining all decided to go to Tianjin City together. Zhu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the little guy, Shi Tianhao, and the others with an amused expression. The four of them laughed together and said, "Don't worry, second senior brother. You do your test, we'll play with ours." Zhu Yi smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. If I don't keep an eye on you, I don't know how much trouble you'll cause." Amidst everyone's laughter, Lin Feng rode Mount Yujing through the void and left the Kunlun mountain range. Soon, they arrived at the great Zhou Empire. He did not control Mount Yujing to leave the void and only sent Zhu Yi and the others down. Although he did not need to personally support his disciples this time, Lin Feng still made sufficient preparations. In addition to leaving spatial coordinates on Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others, Lin Feng also sent King Kuei-Nyo and King Failian to accompany them. After almost half a year of taming, King Failian was completely obedient and was willing to be a mount for Zhu Yi and the others. The one-legged Bull King and the Failian King were at the middle stage of the Demon King realm, while the other was at the early stage of the Demon King realm. With these two great demons accompanying them as their mounts, not only would their strength be enhanced, but they would also be able to look impressive and hold the fort. This also made Zhu Yi feel touched. After bidding farewell to Lin Feng, he went to Tianjin City, which he had not seen for many years. Thinking back to the past, he felt high-spirited and proud. After sending off Zhu Yi and the others, Lin Feng stood on Mount Yujing and thought, "Since I'm here, there's a place I must go." he rode Mount Yujing through the void and released his divine sense to connect with the great thousand world to determine the terrain and location. We're here. Lin Feng controlled Yujing Mountain to stop and was in the air. His main body was still on the mountain, not moving, using his own mana to protect and send Tai Shu off Yujing Mountain. After leaving the void and returning to the great thousand world, an extremely majestic mountain range appeared in front of Lin Feng. It stretched for thousands of miles and seemed endless. Although it was not as big as the Kunlun mountain range, it was located in the middle of a plain and looked quite majestic. Lin Feng walked among the mountains and suddenly stopped after a long time. He looked up at the mountain in front of him and slowly let out a breath. Is this the sacred land of Buddhism? The ruins of the Great Tempest Monastery? Chapter 398. Between the peaks, there were broken walls and broken tiles everywhere. Occasionally, there were huge steel incense burners and the remains of statues. Huge wooden beams and pillars that required many people to wrap their arms around had long decayed. But looking at their huge appearance, one could imagine how magnificent they must have been in the past. There was a towering mountain with an entire side that was carved into the shape of a Buddha. But at this moment, only the two legs of the base remained. The upper part had been completely destroyed, but just the thickness of the feet of the Buddha was close to a height of 10 feet. One could imagine how huge the Buddha statue must have been. Even a cultivator would be shocked just thinking about it. If it was someone from the secular world, they would probably worship it immediately. But now, it was just a pile of ruins. Lin Feng believed that when the Buddha was complete in the past, it was not just an ordinary statue. It had a strong Buddhist nature and Buddhist power. It was the condensation of the prayers of all the Buddhist disciples in the world. It was pure and vast. Standing in front of the ruins of the Big Thunderclap Temple, Lin Feng had a strong feeling about the vicissitudes of life. The 10,000-year-old temple, the Great Thunder Temple, that was one of the three great holy lands along with the Void Temple and the Shushan Sword Sect, the holy land of tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples. The temple was filled with experts and great powers, but in the end it was still destroyed, completely falling. It could only leave behind a sigh for those who came later. Looking at the ruins of the Big Thunderclap Temple in front of him, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of urgency. He kept on raising his guard. As powerful as the Temple of Thunder was under the siege of so many heroes, it still ended up being destroyed. The celestial sect of Xian, which was still like a young seedling, didn't even need to be mentioned. One wrong step, and they would be in danger. The Battle of Kunlun Mountain was just the beginning. Lin Feng walked slowly in the ruins. Looking at the completely desolate Big Thunderclap Temple, he felt the changes from prosperity to decline. Vajra Hall, Heavenly King Hall, Arhut Hall, Prajna Hall, Bodhi Hall. Along the way, Lin Feng saw more than a dozen plaques with names that he could still recognize. Roughly estimating, there were probably more than 1,000 courtyards in the Tempest Temple before it was destroyed. In the past, among the three great holy lands, Taishu Temple was a pure elite sect. Its disciples were relatively few in number, but every disciple was a genius among geniuses. There were many disciples in the Shushan sword sect, but the path of sword cultivation was easy at the beginning and difficult at the end. It was easy to get started, and one's combat power was strong in the same realm. However, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Compared to the huge number of disciples, the great sword cultivators who could truly reach the Yuanying stage were relatively rare. All of them were extremely talented and had outstanding willpower. Generally speaking, the structure of the cultivators of the Mount Shu sword sect was in the shape of a standard pyramid. On the other hand, the Big Thunderclap temple opened its doors wide. As long as one was sincere to Buddha, one could be accepted as a disciple. Therefore, the number of disciples was the highest among the three great holy lands. At its peak, there were more than 100,000 disciples. The Buddhist techniques that the Big Thunderclap Temple imparted to its disciples had a low requirement for one's foundation. The key was to look at one's willpower as well as enlightenment. Therefore, although there were many disciples, the success rate was actually very high. The problem for the Big Thunderclap Temple was that it was too difficult to truly cultivate the golden body of the primordial spirit. However, the middle and upper echelons of the Yuanying and Golden Elixir period were extremely powerful. At its peak, the Big Thunderclap Temple was called 3,000 Arhats and 500 Enlightenment by the outside world. Arhat and Enlightenment were both karmic positions in Buddhism. The monks of the Big Thunderclap Temple would not call themselves that. This was a saying that spread among the people of other forces. It was somewhat teasing, but it was also because they were shocked and even terrified. The so-called 3,000 Arhats and 500 Enlightenment meant that there were 3,000 golden elixir and 500 Yuanying. This saying might be a little exaggerated, especially when the number of Yuanying realm was largely exaggerated. However, one could also see the vigorous strength of the Big Thunderclap Temple, especially the vigorous strength of the Golden Elixir period and Yuanying realm. In the past, there was a very popular saying that if rogue cultivators were not included, the number of Golden Elixir period and Yuanying realm cultivators of the Big Thunderclap Temple was close to the total number of Golden Elixir and Yuanying realm cultivators of the other sects in the Divine Land, although they were called the three great holy lands. In fact, in the eyes of the people at that time, there were differences between the holy lands. The Taishu Temple was the number one holy land since ancient times, and the second was the Big Thunderclap Temple. Although the Mount Shu sword sect was not convinced, they could not do anything for a long time. Many people thought that if it was not for the low probability of Yuanying realm cultivators of the Big Thunderclap Temple advancing to the primordial soul realm, with the huge number of Yuanying realm cultivators of the Big Thunderclap Temple, they would have long replaced the Taishu Temple as the number one holy land. The previous war with the demon realm had greatly weakened the strength of the Big Thunderclap Temple, but it was still a giant that attracted the attention of everyone in the Divine Land. Such a strong force happened to be located in the hinterland of the Great Zhou dynasty. How could this not make Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throat? Lin Feng walked among the ruins of the temple and sighed softly. This kind of Big Thunderclap Temple has made the radical faction in the Taishu Temple feel uneasy. But there are still many doubts. Why did the conservative faction in the Taishu Temple allow the war of Buddhist extermination to happen? Other than the war with the demon realm, the two most tragic wars in the divine land of the human cultivation world in the past 10,000 years were the war of righteousness and diabolism and the war of Buddhist extermination. These two wars directly changed the power structure of the divine land. The former completely established the situation of the rise of Taoism and the disappearance of diabolism. Since then, the diabolism became weak and completely became a rat that people wanted to kill. Even a giant like the reincarnation sect was gradually washed ashore. Even if the diabolism occasionally produced a few fierce and ambitious people who could shine for a while, they could not avoid the fate of being suppressed and exterminated in the end. The latter was the war of Buddhist extermination. From then on, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Big Thunderclap Temple, was removed from the human cultivation world. The Great Zhou dynasty alone would not be able to do this, no matter how many helpers he gathered. But with the intervention of the Shu Mountain Sword sect and the Taishu Temple, this seemingly impossible task finally became a reality. However, the price was extremely heavy. Back then, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, single-handedly trained a scale of 30,000 people. It was the strongest divine martial army in history. More than 20,000 people were forever sleeping in the mountains in front of them. And in the camp of the coalition army of Buddhist extermination, just the number of primordial spirit, almighty cultivators that died was not a small number. The Shu Mountain Sword sect, which was also a holy land, had a total of 4 primordial spirit, level sword venerables fall in this battle. Among them, there was even a great sword cultivator who had cultivated to the 2nd level of the primordial spirit level. And the great Zhou dynasty's losses were even more serious. If it was not for Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's ingenious and vicious methods, swallowing and digesting the majority of the spoils of this battle, the great Zhou dynasty would very likely not be able to recover from this setback. There was no need to mention their powerful position today. Among the spoils of war, I'm afraid this is the place. Lin Feng looked at the collapsed pagodas in front of him and sighed. This was the great Thunderclap Monastery's forest of pagodas. It was the burial place of generations of eminent monks and worshipped their ashes and relics. At this moment, these pagodas were completely destroyed, and the relics that were stored in them were also taken away by others. Buddhist almighty cultivators who had formed the primordial spirit golden body naturally had an unlimited lifespan. However, they could also be killed by external forces. The remains of the fallen Buddhist almighty cultivators would also be brought back to the great Thunderclap Monastery by their fellow disciples. In this forest of pagodas, there were even relics of Buddhist almighty cultivators who had formed the golden body. The relics contained the essence of the Buddhist almighty cultivators when they were alive. Now that these things had been dug away, one could imagine the outcome. Lin Feng opened his palm, and 24 Buddhist relic beads appeared in the air. This was what he had obtained from a Buddhist disciple in the past. A hole silently appeared on the ground. Lin Feng placed all the Buddhist relic beads in his hand into the hole. Then, the hole silently disappeared. After doing all this, Lin Feng continued forward and circled to the other side of the pagoda forest. There was an extremely large hole in the ground there. The body of Lin Feng's iron tree clone suddenly started to tremble slightly. He was well aware that this deep pit was left behind by the Salo iron tree that was planted here back then. Back then, the divine martial immortal execution formation that forcibly broke the Vairocana formation was also destroyed by this Shura iron tree. Although the Shenwu army was too exhausted, the mature Shura iron tree was able to resist the attack of the formation. This was a testament to its power. Unfortunately, the tree was still destroyed in the end. Even its roots were completely broken, leaving behind this big hole. The Tai Shu clone slowly walked down the slope of the pit, all the way to the bottom, and then sat down cross-legged. Although it was completely destroyed, a centipede would never fall down. Even after more than 2 decades, this deep hole still contained the aura of the Shura iron tree from back then. It was very weak, but it truly existed. Silently sensing this aura, Lin Feng could clearly sense the slightest changes due to the fact that the Shura iron tree had the same origin as the Shura iron tree. He sat there for a long time. After a long time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes one day. Without any warning, a large crack suddenly appeared in the void. A thick, twisting bolt of lightning came crashing down on Lin Feng's head. His Shura iron tree clone was about to undergo a lightning tribulation and reach the Yuanying stage. Once it reached the Yuanying stage, the clone strength would take a big step forward. Lin Feng calmly faced the bombardment of the lightning tribulation. He was neither anxious nor impatient. For the past half a year, He had left the Shura iron tree clone in the black, heaven-time-like grotto heaven to cultivate under the hundredfold acceleration of time. He had already prepared for decades. He had accumulated abundant spiritual chi, and the Shura iron tree clone had enough capital, so he had a high chance of surviving the lightning tribulation. Moreover, Lin Feng's main body had survived the lightning tribulation and had experienced it. The Shura iron tree clone just needed to complete the final procedure and complete it. However, just as the Shura iron tree clone was undergoing the tribulation, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a malicious intent spying on him, as if it wanted to take advantage of his misfortune. That malicious intent exuded a deep aura of greed, viciousness, and cunning, making one feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng ignored it and continued to focus on controlling the Shura iron tree clone to undergo the baptism of the void lightning tribulation. The Shura iron tree clone's method of transcending the tribulation was the same as that of the demon race. It also released the golden elixir outside its body and directly received the bombardment of the lightning tribulation. When the lightning gradually subsided, the golden elixir of the Shura iron tree clone made a crisp sound, like a cracked egg. However, these cracks were not cracks of damage or destruction. Instead, they were filled with the aura of new life. Light seeped out of the cracks, and a fresh fragrance wafted out. At the same time, the malicious intent spying on him became more and more obvious, becoming restless. Chapter 399. A greedy, cruel, and vicious intent suddenly came from the void, spying on Lin Feng's metal tree clone that was undergoing the lightning tribulation. The metal tree clone was undergoing the lightning tribulation in the hole left behind by the mature Salo iron tree in the ruins of the great Thunderclap monastery. Under the resonance of its aura, it had already revealed its roots. A young Salo iron tree that had yet to cultivate into a demon was very attractive to anyone. However, that vicious, greedy, and malicious intent did not pounce at the first moment. Instead, it cautiously watched from the side. On one hand, after the metal tree clone had truly passed the lightning tribulation, its various qualities and abilities would rise to the next level, and its value would also increase. On the other hand, the other party had seen the uniqueness of the metal tree clone. Although it was undergoing the lightning tribulation in the manner of a demon, its mana waves were completely different from that of a demon. It was not the metal tree that had become a demon, but a human cultivator that had refined it into a clone. In this way, the strength of the original owner had become something that the other party had to consider. However, although the malicious intent was much more cautious because of this, the greed and possessiveness contained within was still incredibly strong, and it was not concealed in the slightest. Yuanying stage cultivation, human, at least late Yuanying stage. Lin Feng's heart moved, but he ignored it. The metal tree clone was still focused on undergoing the lightning tribulation. And at this moment, another extremely powerful mana wave suddenly came from afar. The Yuanying late-stage cultivator that was spying on Lin Feng with malicious intent was stunned for a moment. His aura wave revealed a flustered and fearful emotion. After swaying a few times, he slowly dispersed and disappeared. Lin Feng carefully sensed the powerful mana undulations that came later, having an idea in his heart. So it's an old acquaintance. That guy who wanted to take advantage of the situation before looks like he also knows this person. Plus, he also suffered a loss before, so he didn't dare to hesitate and directly slipped away. Although the powerful mana wave also stopped in midair, silently watching Lin Feng undergoing the lightning tribulation below, Lin Feng still did not care, silently welcoming the final impact of the lightning tribulation. At this moment, the golden elixir of the Iron Tree Avatar had completely broken apart, revealing a ball of light and a sweet fragrance. Within the ball of light, there was a small sapling that was growing tender green buds. However, it was precisely this seemingly weak little sapling that could be blown down by a gust of wind that revealed an indestructible and eternally powerful concept. The silhouette slowly returned to the top of the iron tree clone's head. Although the iron tree clone had just experienced a lightning tribulation, the iron tree clone's body was brimming with energy as it stood up. It did not show any signs of weakness. A crack appeared in the void, and a person slowly walked out. He smiled and said, "I've seen it briefly in the North Wind Sea before, but I didn't expect that Sect Master Lin's avatar was refined from the Sarah Iron Tree." Lin Feng smiled. "Dao Master Changlo, it's a pleasure to meet you." The person who came was a smiling fat old man. His face was full of smiles, and he looked very amiable. However, this person was a true primordial soul realm powerhouse, Dao Master Chang Lu of the Great Qin Dynasty. During the Desolate Sea Assembly, he, the Great Qin's King of Tranquility, Shi Zongyue, and the Lord of Gambling, Zhuge Guang, presided over the assembly as the host. He had met Lin Feng once. The fat old man had a good temper, and everyone got along well. Dao Master Chang Lu looked at the ruins of the Tempest Temple and sighed, "It's a pity that the ancient temple was destroyed in a day. What a pity, what a pity." Lin Feng smiled and did not speak. In the world, other than the disciples of the Buddhist sects, if there was a force that did not want the Tempest Temple to be destroyed, it would probably be the Great Qin Dynasty. Of course, this was purely after the fact. As far as Lin Feng knew, the Great Qin Dynasty had an indifferent attitude when it came to destroying the Buddhist sections. To them, the Tempest Temple and the Great Zhou Dynasty perished together, and both sides suffered heavy losses. This was the most ideal result. However, Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu were more skilled, and the Great Zhou Dynasty's strength did not decline, but increased, completely leaving the Great Qin Dynasty behind. Dao Master Chang Lu suddenly came to the Great Zhou Dynasty on a diplomatic mission? Lin Feng asked. Dao Master Chang Lu nodded. "That's right." Lin Feng looked as if nothing had happened, but he secretly paid attention. "A storm is coming." According to Lin Feng's understanding of Dao Master Chang Lu, although this big shot was born of the royal family of the Great Qin Dynasty and had reached the essence soul stage, he usually loved to live freely in the world and enjoy life. Generally speaking, he did not care about anything. The Great Qin Dynasty itself would not easily disturb this easygoing primordial soul realm powerhouse. Only when the Great Qin Dynasty was in trouble would they ask this old man to take action. And Dao Master Chang Lu did not hesitate every time. Previously, when he took on the responsibility of hosting the Desolate Sea Assembly, Lin Feng had already paid attention to him. Now that he had even accepted a diplomatic mission to the Great Zhou Dynasty, it meant that the Great Qin Dynasty had used every bit of its power. Under Dao Master Chang Li's guidance, Lin Feng followed him to a place thousands of miles away where there was a line of honor. This time, the diplomatic mission of the Great Qin Dynasty was led by Dao Master Chang Lu, and there were also some ministers of the Great Qin Dynasty. Other than that, there was also an important person, the princess of the Great Qin Dynasty, Shi Xingyun, who had appeared at the Desolate Sea Assembly. Shi Xingyun was still dressed in yellow and did not wear a formal dress. After seeing Lin Feng, she bowed to him. "Junior Shi Xingyun greets you, senior." Lin Feng looked at Shi Xingyun curiously. As a powerful dynasty ruled by cultivators, the royal family itself was a powerful cultivator family. The status of the female members of the royal family depended on their cultivation, and it could be much higher than that of a secular dynasty. However, it was rare to see someone like Shi Xingyun who could represent the country as an envoy. Don't tell me they're going to marry her to the great Zhou dynasty? Lin Feng had a wicked guess in his heart. The marriage of the princess of the great Qin dynasty would definitely be a big deal. Although he had not received any news about it, it was possible that they were going to go on a blind date first. However, Lin Feng would definitely not reveal his true thoughts. He laughed and chatted happily with Shi Xingyun and Dao Master Changlu. Shi Xingyun and Dao Master Chang did not ask why Lin Feng was here. It was no secret that Zhu Yi was returning to the great Zhou dynasty for the examination. What Shi Xingyun and Dao Master Changlu were more concerned about was that Lin Feng did not go to the great Zhou dynasty to support his disciple this time. Although it was only one of Lin Feng's doppelgangers here, it could be vaguely seen from his tone and attitude that Lin Feng had no intention of going to Tianjin City personally. For the great Qin dynasty, this was a very subtle situation. It showed that Lin Feng was returning the goodwill that Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou had sent Mei Wulong to present a gift to Xianmen Tianzong's first opening ceremony outside the Shazhou city. Therefore, when Zhu Yi returned to Tianjin City this time, Lin Feng did not personally go to the Celeritas sword sect like he did when Xiao Yan went to the Cloud Traversing Peak. This was a form of respect, and at the same time, it showed his trust in the great Zhou dynasty. He believed that they would at least give Zhu Yi a fair environment. This was not good news for the great Qin dynasty. However, from another point of view, Lin Feng had never personally visited Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou. It was obvious that there was still a certain distance between them. Everyone was still probing each other, and their relationship was not close. After a short conversation with Shi Xingyun and Dao Master Changle, Lin Feng said that he would be staying at the Tempest Temple ruins for a while longer, and so he took his leave. Before leaving, Lin Feng took another look at Shi Xingyun and said, "Is it my imagination? Why do I feel that there's something strange about this woman? Is it not just that her soul has merged with the soul of the primordial heavenly dragon?" After Lin Feng left the great Qin diplomatic corps, a middle-aged man in heavy armor came to Dao Master Changle and Shi Xingyun and said in a deep voice, "Dao Master Princess, it seems that the master of Xianmen will not appear in Tianjin City." This middle-aged man had a majestic aura, and his qi and blood were incomparably vigorous. He was like a human-shaped demon dragon, and the vibrating power of his body seemed to be able to break through the void. He was a powerful martial artist who stood at the peak of the Yuanying stage and specialized in physical martial arts. Dao Master Changle glanced at him. Although he still had a friendly smile on his face, his eyes had become stern. He shook his head and said, "Don't have any thoughts about Zhu Yi. The master of Xianmen is not stupid. Moreover, it's the capital of the great Zhou dynasty." Shi Xingyun said calmly, "Not only can we not touch Zhu Yi, but we also have to be vigilant in case someone touches him and puts the blame on the great Qin dynasty." After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man in heavy armor nodded and said, "I understand." Lin Feng left the great Qin diplomatic corps and returned to the vicinity of the Tempest Temple ruins. Suddenly, he had a thought. This magical aura is somewhat familiar. Tai Shu's doppelganger had already advanced to the Yuanying stage. With one step, he traversed through space and arrived at his destination. Just now, he had sensed that there were people fighting, and one of the magical waves felt very familiar to him. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw that it was indeed another familiar person. Dao Jiqiang, he should have come with the Qin diplomatic corps. Why is he here alone? There were two people fighting in front of him. One of them looked like a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, but he had a dignified aura, especially his eyes, which were calm and composed. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Dao Jiqiang was still able to deal with his opponent calmly. However, his opponent was too strong. With a golden elixir period cultivation, it was too easy for him to fight against Dao Jiqiang, who was only in the foundation establishment stage. After all, only a handful of people could fight against and even defeat a golden elixir period cultivator with a foundation establishment stage cultivation. Dao Jiqiang could only rely on some talismans and magic tools to barely hold on, but he was already on the verge of defeat. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to make a move, because he sensed that among the people present, other than Dao Jiqiang and his opponent, there were two other people. Both of them were in the golden elixir period cultivation, one strong and one weak. They were hiding in the dark, silently watching this seemingly insignificant and uninteresting battle. What made Lin Feng feel interesting is that these two Aurus core stage cultivators that did not show themselves, even though they did not reveal their own mana or cultivation level, but their Dao techniques faintly seemed to be the legacy of the Celestial Pool sect. This is interesting. Lin Feng smiled and thought of the Tianqi sect's rule of severing secular ties. Chapter 400. In the field, Dao Jiqiang was fighting with a golden elixir period cultivator. Through their conversation, it seemed to be an ordinary killing and robbing. However, the two cultivators from the Heavenly Pool sect who were hiding in the dark changed the atmosphere. What made Lin Feng even more interested was that these two Heavenly Pool sect cultivators didn't seem to be from the same group. The golden elixir period cultivator from Heavenly Pool sect with the lower cultivation level was completely focused on Dao Jiqiang and Dao Jiqiang. He didn't notice the existence of his fellow sect member at all. As for the Heavenly Pool sect cultivator with the higher cultivation level, his attention was focused on both sides at the same time. It was obvious that the mantis was stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The waves of magic power feel somewhat familiar. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and suddenly felt that the aura of the Heavenly Pool sect cultivator with the higher cultivation level was somewhat familiar. After carefully sensing it, Lin Feng showed a smile of realization. Interesting. The golden elixir period cultivator from Heavenly Pool sect with the higher cultivation level was Song Qingyuan, who had also participated in the Desolate Sea Assembly. He was one of the best among the young disciples of Heavenly Pool sect. His cultivation level was already at the peak of the golden elixir period. His combat ability was also very strong. He had cultivated the ice and fire invisible sword chi that was taught by the sect leader of Heavenly Pool sect, Chao Wei. He could even fight against the ancestors of the Yuanying period. With his cultivation level, he could have broken through to the Yuanying period and tried to go through the lightning tribulation. However, Song Qingyuan's innate body was special. His primordial yang was overflowing with true yin, and he had a body of yin and yang that coexisted with each other. It was true that he could get twice the results with half the effort when he cultivated the Tao of Heavenly Pool sect. His talent was amazing. However, because he didn't have a perfect balance of yin and yang, he might have an imbalance of yin and yang when he went through the lightning tribulation. Because of this, Song Qingyuan didn't go through the lightning tribulation. His cultivation level was stuck at the late stage of the golden elixir period. The most appropriate and effective way to solve his problem was to become Dao companions with Dao Yuding and cultivate together. Dao Yuding's body type was the exact opposite of his. Her innate primordial yin was overflowing with innate yang. Although they were both yin and yang physiques, it was not an absolutely perfect balance. The two of them could perfectly complement each other and achieve a complete balance of yin and yang, a balance that was even more perfect than that between a man and a woman. But judging from this person's past actions and words, Lin Feng did not think that this person would be filial to his father-in-law. Then the reason why he appeared here was quite worth pondering. Soon, Song Qingyuan made his move. He quietly moved behind his fellow disciple. It was a middle-aged cultivator with an early-stage golden elixir cultivation. He only noticed Song Qingyuan's existence when he was already beside him. The middle-aged cultivator was quite surprised. He used his magic power to transmit his voice to Song Qingyuan. "Why did Qingyuan come here?" Song Qingyuan smiled warmly and said politely, "Martial Uncle Zhang, this Dao Jiqiang cannot die yet." The middle-aged cultivator, surnamed Zhang, was surprised. Why? Although his seniority was higher than Song Qingyuan's, his cultivation and potential were far from Song Qingyuan's. He had formed his core for hundreds of years, but he was still stuck in the early-stage golden elixir cultivation. He did not dare to go through the Yin fire tribulation. Therefore, the middle-aged cultivator did not dare to be arrogant in front of Song Qingyuan. In fact, he also had a lot of doubts in his heart. The task assigned by the sect was to kill Dao Jiqiang, but the content of the task was very strange. It provided Dao Jiqiang's whereabouts, but the middle-aged cultivator could not kill him personally. He could not expose his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Lake sect. The middle-aged cultivator knew about Dao Jiqiang. He knew that although this person's cultivation was low, he worked in the residence of Great Qin's minister Wu Qingru. Therefore, he thought that the sect did not want to make too many enemies. Therefore, he acted according to the sect's order. He bribed a loose cultivator and put on a show of killing Dao Jiqiang. However, Song Qingyuan's sudden appearance surprised the middle-aged cultivator, surnamed Zhang. "This is a task assigned by the sect. There can't be any mistake." "Of course, I know this is a task assigned by the sect. That's why I rushed here." Song Qingyuan smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Zhang, you didn't find the wrong person. That foundation establishment cultivator is the Dao Jiqiang you were looking for. However, I just said that this Dao Jiqiang cannot die yet." Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator, surnamed Zhang, gradually came back to his senses. His expression couldn't help but change. "Qingyuan, it's against the rules." I know. Song Qingyuan smiled and nodded. "That's why I need Martial Uncle Zhang to make an exception." "Martial Uncle, you don't need to worry about being punished when you return. Just push all the blame to me. I will bear all the consequences." The middle-aged cultivator hesitated and thought to himself, "You are the sect master's personal disciple. When the time comes, the sect master will support you. You will most likely be fine. If there is a problem, you can shoulder it. I don't need to go against you." Thinking of this, he nodded. "Then I'll leave this place to you. Qingyuan, you can do whatever you want." After saying this, the middle-aged cultivator turned to leave. However, before he had walked a few steps, his body suddenly stiffened. He looked back in shock and saw a vortex of ice and raging fire appear in front of him and rush towards him. "Song Qingyuan, you—" Before he could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. The middle-aged cultivator had been killed by Song Qingyuan's ice and fire spiritual conception technique. This technique could even seriously injure the northern militant martial cultivator. Do Kuan, who was also at the peak of the golden elixir period, let alone an early golden elixir period martial cultivator. After killing the middle-aged cultivator, Song Qingyuan's expression didn't change at all. He smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, I carefully thought about it. It's better for you to bear all the consequences. However, you still don't need to worry about being punished when you return." As he killed the middle-aged cultivator, he didn't hide the fluctuation of his magic power at all. On the other side, Dao Jiqiang naturally felt it as well. Whether it was the hired independent cultivator of the golden elixir period or Dao Jiqiang, they all looked at Song Qingyuan, who was slowly walking out in shock and uncertainty. Song Qingyuan was still smiling. Very soon, he killed the independent cultivator of the golden elixir period. Only he and Dao Jiqiang were left at the scene. Dao Jiqiang looked at Song Qingyuan calmly, cupped his fists, and said, Thank you, Perfected Cultivator Song, for helping me. In the Tianyuan Great World, cultivators of the Golden Elixir period could be called perfected cultivators. Even if they didn't come from a Tao sect, they could sometimes be called perfected cultivators as a form of respect. Song Qingyuan smiled. You know me? Dao Jiqiang nodded. During the Desolate Sea Assembly, I witnessed perfected cultivator Song's glory. The elegance of being defeated by a 10-year-old kid, Song Qingyuan asked faintly. Dao Jiqiang's heart tightened. He said, Perfected cultivator Song, you must be joking. You defeated Du Kuan of the Barong Royal Court and Gu Lei of the Purple Cloud Path. Everyone who participated in the assembly saw your glory. Song Qingyuan smiled noncommittally and looked at Dao Jiqiang with an indecipherable gaze. Everyone saw your daughter's glory. Dao Jiqiang felt his heart skip a beat. When the cultivator of the Tianqi sect appeared, he knew that his identity might have been exposed. However, he forcefully controlled his emotions and looked confused. Perfected cultivator Song, are you talking about my daughter? But I'm all alone. I don't even have a wife. So how can I have children? Song Qingyuan chuckled. You don't remember Yuding, but Yuding remembers you. Hearing this, Dao Jiqiang felt like he was struck by lightning. The Tianqi sect's rule of severing secular ties would be carried out behind the backs of children when they were young. However, the executioner would definitely be a member of the Tianqi sect. Naturally, they would think that before they entered the sect, they had experienced the same cruel fate. From a certain point of view, this sect rule affected the unity of the sect, so the Tianqi sect had many auxiliary methods. Those who had experienced severing secular ties would receive special psychological counseling. This counseling process would run through their cultivation path. After many years of subtle psychological indoctrination, most people would be indifferent, and indifferent even if they knew that their parents and family members might die in the hands of the sect. They would even feel that it was natural and would thank the sect for cutting off their fetters and burdens, giving them a new life and destiny. Most of the descendants of the Tianqi sect had cold and indifferent personalities, which had a lot to do with this kind of education. In the end, it was like a kind of sect culture that was integrated into the entire Tianqi sect. Under the huge inertia, no one would think of questioning it. When they were criticized by outsiders, the members of the Tianqi sect didn't care at all. They would even scoff at the criticism of others. However, there were always exceptions. When there were a few stubborn people or aliens, the Tianqi sect would deal with them by breaking their souls and memories. Song Qingyuan smiled slightly and said, Yuding has always been thinking about you, although she doesn't know that you are still alive. How deep their feelings are. Song Qingyuan raised his head and said with a sigh, even though her soul and memories had been broken once, she still tried hard to remember her father in the end, but she had to pretend that she didn't remember anything so that her soul and memories would not be broken again. Dao Jiqiang suddenly clenched his fists. His nails were completely embedded in his flesh, and he tightly pursed his lips without saying a word. Song Qingyuan looked at Dao Jiqiang and smiled. How happy do you think she will be if I take you to see her? Although his smile was warm and genial, there was a kind of extremely dangerous and cruel light flashing in his eyes like a cat playing with a mouse, which made people shudder. Say, if I take you to see Chao Wei, will he also be very happy? A voice suddenly sounded in the space, and then the sky full of purple qi surged, covering both Song Qingyuan and Dao Jiqiang. Song Qingyuan's expression changed slightly, and then he saw Lin Feng slowly walking out of the void, looking at the two of them calmly. During the Battle of Kunlun Mountain, it was no longer a secret that Lin Feng had a doppelganger formed by the Shura iron tree. Although it was the first time they met, Song Qingyuan's heart suddenly sank when he heard Lin Feng's tone and looked at the sky full of purple qi. He forced himself to cheer up and asked with a smile, "Are you the master of the celestial sect?" Junior Song Qingyuan greets you, Senior. Greetings, Senior. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. If it was an ordinary yuanying stage, Song Qingyuan would still fight, but seeing that it was Lin Feng, even if it was just a doppelganger, he gave up the idea of fighting back. Lin Feng said lightly, "It's fate that we met. Come to my place and have a seat." Chapter 401. Song Qingyuan looked at Lin Feng. After a while, he sighed and said with a smile, "Junior dares not disobey Senior's order." He was very obedient and calmly accepted Lin Feng's arrangement, thinking that he was a junior and the other party was a senior, so the senior would be magnanimous and tolerant of the junior, and that the junior could do whatever he wanted was pure foolishness. If he wanted to be magnanimous, he would be magnanimous and laugh it off. If he wanted to deal with you, he would deal with you without holding back. This was the privilege of a superior. Lin Feng kept him in the small world and then looked at Dao Jiqiang, who was stunned and silent. This middle-aged man still hadn't come back to his senses. Dao Jiqiang greets sect leader Lin. After a while, Dao Jiqiang bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Thank you for saving me, sect leader Lin." Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was calm and meticulous. He could naturally see that Song Qingyuan actually didn't have good intentions just now. If he fell into Song Qingyuan's hands, he might really be able to see his daughter, Dao Yuding, but the result might not be a good thing for the father and daughter. Lin Feng asked, "What do you plan to do next?" At this moment, Dao Jiqiang had completely calmed down. Song Qingyuan's words had a huge impact on him. At this moment, he missed his daughter even more. However, he regained his composure and said after a while of silence, "Junior wants to go to a place to verify something." Lin Feng looked at him and asked, "Where?" Dao Jiqiang told him a place. It was on a mountain in the northeast of the Great Thunderclap Temple ruins. Lin Feng directly brought him there through the void. There was a golden elixir period cultivator on the mountain, and he seemed to be waiting for someone. Dao Jiqiang stood on the clouds with Lin Feng. After carefully looking at the golden elixir period cultivator, Dao Jiqiang became completely silent and revealed a bitter smile. Lin Feng asked, "Is he waiting for you?" Dao Jiqiang laughed bitterly. "That's right. I left the main group of envoys and rushed here to see him and deliver something to him. But now, it seems that this path of delivering a letter is the Yellow Springs Road that the Prime Minister prepared for me. I know that the Prime Minister is connected to the Skypool sect, but it seems that the Prime Minister is also aware of my background." Dao Jiqiang sighed. "I was born in a small cultivation sect at the northern border of the Great Zhou dynasty. My junior sister and I were very close. When both of us built our foundation and stabilized our foundation, we became husband and wife. After marriage, my wife and I loved each other very much. We even had a daughter, and our family of 3 enjoyed the happiness of a family." Dao Jiqiang's eyes were filled with nostalgia. "At that time, I even thought that the so-called immortal cultivation was actually for the sake of having that kind of happiness for a longer time. My daughter, when she was still a minor, displayed shocking talent in cultivation." Dao Jiqiang's expression gradually turned ugly. "At first, I was overjoyed. I thought that it was a gift from the heavens, but who knew that it was the beginning of a nightmare?" Dao Jiqiang's daughter was Dao Yuding. She had shocking talent at a young age. In the end, when she was discovered by the Skypool sect, she was forcefully taken in as a disciple. Faced with the Skypool sect's rule of severing ties with the secular world, Dao Jiqiang's family was in great trouble. His daughter was kidnapped, and his wife died tragically in the hands of the Skypool sect. The Skypool sect was so powerful that not only Dao Jiqiang, but even Dao Jiqiang's sect was like an ant in front of the Skypool sect. Dao Jiqiang was lucky to escape with his life. If it was purely for revenge, he might not have the courage to fight against such a huge sect. But his daughter was still there. As a father, even if the road ahead was hopeless, Dao Jiqiang still had to fight. Therefore, he kept searching for a great force that could help him fulfill his long-cherished wish. First, he joined the Great Zhou dynasty's Shenwu army. After the battle in the Great Swamp, he left the Shenwu army and came to the Great Qin dynasty. In the end, he became the guest of the Great Qin dynasty's minister, Wu Qingru. However, before he could see the light of hope, he fell into the abyss of despair again. Lin Feng looked at Dao Jiqiang silently and suddenly smiled. I'm Xianmen Tianzong, and I'm still lacking a competent outer sect steward. Are you willing to join me? Hearing this, Dao Jiqiang was instantly stunned, blankly staring at Lin Feng, speechless. After a while, he realized that this was very rude and quickly said, "Since Senior is willing to take me in, I'm naturally willing," but Dao Jiqiang was very nervous. He carefully looked at Lin Feng and whispered, "Senior, aren't you worried that I'm Wu Qingrou's spy?" He couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. Someone like him simply had the face of a spy. His biggest weakness was that his daughter was still in someone else's hands. Even if he wasn't a spy now, if Wu Qingru or Chao Wei used Dao Yuding to threaten him in the future to harm Xianmen Tianzong, Dao Jiqiang would have to admit that he wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, he first joined the Great Zhou dynasty and then left the Shenwu army. Then he accepted Wu Qingru as his master. Now he changed sides again. Regardless of the reason, he was a slave with 3 surnames. If he was Lin Feng, he would also find it hard to trust such a person. Lin Feng faintly glanced at him, calmly saying, "Whether or not you're someone else's spy, I don't mind. As long as you do your best when you're my steward. What I want to use is your ability, not your loyalty." He looked at Dao Jiqiang and suddenly smiled. "In fact, I kind of hope that you're Wu Qingrou's or Chao Wei's spy." Dao Jiqiang was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. A chill ran down his spine. In the past, I always felt that Wu Qingru was the most terrifying person I've seen in my life, but I'm afraid this master of the Celestial Gate is even more terrifying. After a long time, he calmed down and kowtowed to Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and said, "This junior is willing to serve Senior. I only hope that Senior will take pity on me one day and let me reunite with Yuding so that we won't be separated." Lin Feng said lightly, "Those who trust me, I will never let them down. From today onwards, you will be the steward of Xianmen Tianzong. You will be in charge of all the miscellaneous matters on Jade Capital Mountain. If you do well, I will reward you." As he finished speaking, Lin Feng flicked his finger and a purple aura shot out, sending Dao Jiqiang up Jade Capital Mountain. After sending off Dao Jiqiang, Lin Feng's communication crystal lit up. After connecting the call, sure, Tianhao's voice could be heard. "Master, second brother has passed the imperial examinations. In fact, he came in first, top scorer." Lin Feng asked, "I'm more concerned about his work for this examination. Is it the follow-up to his unfinished piece of work?" Sure, Tianhao laughed. "No." Hearing this, not only did Lin Feng not feel regretful, he even laughed happily. That's good. He can release and retract at the same time. His understanding of Dao techniques is getting better and better. The little Shi, Tianhao, said, "I will let second brother bring us around the city. We will return to the mountain in 2 days." Lin Feng nodded his head. Before, he had already reached an agreement with Zhu Yi. After this exam ends in spring, Zhu Yi will not stay in Tianjing City and will return to Jade Capital Mountain to continue training. Only until the autumn exam half a year later will he once again head to Tianjing City to take the exam. After ending the communication with the little one, Lin Feng put his hands behind his back. He was pleased. It seems that every disciple is starting to walk on the right path. Zhu Yi had walked his own path, and so had Wang Lin. Wang Lin returned to his hometown, this time to reunite with his parents and family. There is naturally no need to mention a glorious return to his hometown. His hometown is located in the mountainous area at the edge of the Great Qin dynasty's southern border. Like Xiao Yan's family in Wuzhou City, Wang Lin's family also received preferential treatment and protection from the Great Qin dynasty's official forces. After finding out that all of this originated from that Wang Lin, who was like a joke back then, the contrast in the hearts of the Wang family was truly earth-shattering. After Wang Lin returned home, he faced the change in the attitude of everyone in his family. Looking at the smiling faces hiding guilt and fear under their fawning, he did not feel his anger was vented, nor did he feel it was funny. He only calmly and indifferently interacted with them. Only when facing his parents did Wang Lin feel heartfelt joy. He stayed in his hometown and accompanied his parents day and night, living the life of an ordinary person. Everything seemed to have returned to before he left home. On one hand, Wang Lin's actions were to accompany his parents. On the other hand, it was also a kind of training for his own path. Lin Feng had once communicated with him and knew that Wang Lin was currently unifying this concept of being as calm as water and returning to one's true nature with the Yellow Springs death realm that walked towards the other extreme, forming a complete concept of two extremes. It was not completely replacing the Yellow Springs death realm with the plane returning to one's true nature, but pushing both sides to the extreme and then merging them. Compared to when he was building Mortal Forest residence, his understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth had increased by another level. He had truly perfected his heavenly extreme Tao Sutra. After Lin Feng found out, he first confirmed that Wang Lin's thinking was correct and also felt happy for him. Therefore, Wang Lin took a family leave this time, taking over half a year in one go. Up until now, he was still resting in his small mountain village in his hometown. Other than Wang Lin and Zhu Yi, although Xiao Yan accidentally played himself until he was crippled, he clearly had a clear path for his future. After the little guy, Shi Tianhao killed the mid-stage Yuanying patriarch, Yu Shiling, his cultivation and spirit reached new heights. Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing were also progressing steadily. Basically, there was nothing that Lin Feng was dissatisfied with, except for one thing. This thing was that Luo Qingwu had returned to the ancient Yuan Tian realm for half a year, but there was no movement at all during this long time. The dermic power that Lin Feng left in her heavenly dark soul pearl could feel that the problem of her heavenly dark soul pearl had not improved. At this moment, she was only relying on the petals of Lin Feng's divine flower of two extremes to keep it from shattering. However, as long as she cultivated her qi, there would immediately be a problem. As a result, in the past half a year, the little girl had completely stopped cultivating and did not move at all. Could it be that I was wrong? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. The precious constitution of the little girl's heavenly dark soul pearl has been destroyed, but her family still dotes on her like a treasure and treats her the same? If that's the case, it's actually a good result. Lin Feng frowned slightly. But why do I feel that the situation has changed beyond my expectations?